It's Sunday, August 17th, 2025. You're watching Co-op for Two. My name is Jesse. You're joining me today for something quite special. We're going to play a fan-made case for New York Noir, the game that I've been working on for the last 3 years. This particular case was written by Anna, a longtime viewer of the channel. And so we're going to play it. We're going to give Anna some feedback. We're going to talk about the nature of writing cases for New York Noir. Anna is here with us in the chat. She can talk to us a little bit about the experience of writing this case. It's the first part of a trilogy of cases that Anna has written, a very short one compared to the others. Her first dip of her toe into this system. So I'll repeat what I tell everyone trying something new like this, writing a case. The object is not to write a great case, but just to write a case that works. So we're going to try to provide some constructive criticism as we play when we're finished. For me, this is quite exciting to see cases written for New York Noir. It's not the first one we've played on the channel, but we've only played a couple of them. It's a totally new experience for most of the people who've been trying this out. I'm curious to hear from Anna what it was like to write this case. We'll have more to say about it in a minute, but let me just check in with the chat, see how everyone's doing. Anna and I discussed when we should play this. The world is filled with different kinds of people, and one of the real pleasures of this channel is getting to meet some interesting, unusual folks. And Anna is quite a special person. She decided to write a case, and then I was like, all right, let me teach you how to use this tool to make cases, the software I've been writing to produce cases. Here's Anna's case here. And I gave her the tiniest bit of introduction on how to use the tool. Showed her a sample. And a lot of people say, all right, I'm interested in doing this. Like me, I say I'm interested in doing something, and it takes years to actually build up the momentum to actually finish a project. So Anna says, I'm interested in, maybe I'll write a case. And then the next thing I know it, a couple months later, and Anna has written 3 cases. And the last 2 cases like rival my largest cases. The trilogy here that Anna has written, the last one is just huge. So the fact that she just went running with this and took it to extreme lengths is so impressive. And you may not know that Anna is actually a historian in Hungary, if I'm correct, in Budapest. I think that's right. And it's not the first thing she's written for this channel. We've also done a play-by-mail multi-part series that Anna wrote centered in the history of the Civil War, which was pretty impressive. And you'll see from this case that Anna's interests are historical. And so there's historical element to this case. I think probably we should expect not our expectations for the mystery element of this case should be fairly controlled. This is Anna's first attempt at this, and I think she was more interested in just exploring the world here. And so I think we'll get some historical takes on things. It's a one-day case, so there's a lot of things about New York Noir that it may not make use of, like the multiple days and some of the new mechanics in New York Noir that I've been experimenting with, like scheduled events and choices for actions are not present here. If you are curious about writing a case for New York Noir, I did put up very recently a full 90-minute tutorial on how to play New York Noir and a playthrough of the demo case that I've written. You can download and play Anna's case on your own if you like. PDF versions of the directories, maps, and Anna's case are all available on the New York Noir website. You can get information about all of that if you go to Board Game Geek and search for New York Noir, the board game entry on Board Game Geek, and there's a special New York Noir YouTube channel now where I posted my playthrough. All right, so what else do we want to talk about before we get to this? Let's take a look at the summary here of this case. So it's part of a trilogy called The Collector. This is part 1. When you arrive at the station, you receive bad news. Your partner has been knocked out and is now in the hospital unconscious. Was it truly a random mugging, or is his life still in danger? And is it connected to a mysterious person called the Collector? All right, so you can see that Anna had help by Debbie Levy for editing. Debbie Levy has been editing all of the cases written for New York Noir, my 3 cases, and others. And Rob, who's on the Discord and is one of the better people at creating official looking documents and using AI, helped with making some special documents. This is set in 1935. Anna has ranked it as a difficulty of 2 of 5 and 3 hours of playtime. How that matches our playtime, I'm not sure. We should say also that this case has been play tested by a few people on the Co-op for Two Discord, and we should thank those playtesters. I mean, it's a real service to do playtesting of these cases. And frequently, as a playtester, you get the brunt of any mistakes, and there are inevitably mistakes in any case. And so you're playing a harder case, but those playtesters are essential for an author in fixing issues. And so those playtesters kind of take a bullet for the rest of us. Now, before we get into this case, I want to talk a little bit about some nervousness I have in playing these cases. So Anna has been saying for a while, like, play the cases, just play the case. And I tell her, I'm a little nervous about playing the case on the channel before with the directories being changed constantly. And that's been one of the real hiccups in developing New York Noir, that I improve the directories every so often, and then authors are writing their cases using the previous version of the directories and all the people and places. And then there's a whole system I have in place for making sure that any location or person used in a case written for a previous directory makes its way to the new directories. I printed out a new set of directories, which we're going to be playing with today for Gen Con, so very recently. With Logan's art and Logan's research, we've been editing the maps and the stuff. And so I'm a little nervous that it's going to turn out that I've removed a location or forgot to move a location to the new directories, and that's going to break a case. But Anna's like, don't worry about it. So that's what we're going to try to do. We're going to try to be relaxed. If there's some place that we can't find in the directory that we think we should be able to find, we'll work our way around it. We'll think of this as like a little bit of playtesting. What else should we talk about? If you are interested in playing this case separately and you don't want to get spoilers from watching my playthrough, you could stop watching once we get started. You can download the PDF of this case, as I said, and all the directories. But there is another option instead of downloading the directories, which is to use Peter's online tools for New York Noir. And I have them here on a tablet just to show you. Here is the map, newly updated with all of Logan's art. So you can see now we have these drawings of all these historical real buildings in Manhattan. So I think if all goes well, we'll use the printed versions. But if we do get lost and can't find a place, we might go to the digital version here, Peter's tools, which are actually do make it a little easier, quicker to find people and places and track things on the map. But this group likes to play things analog, so we'll be doing it on pen and paper as much as we can. You'll get a little tour today of how to play New York Noir, although, as I said, if you really are interested in how to play, you might want to watch my specific tutorial on how to play. I'm not going to teach you entirely here. The other thing to notice is that the documents for this case have been put into envelopes. That's something I like to do when I demo cases and play them. So we've got this here. And then Anna's case does not make use of the criminal history directory or the street number guide. We shouldn't need that. And we shouldn't need the fingerprint directory. So I will just set those aside. This is my internal document. We won't need that unless we need to talk about something related to the case. We won't need this box here. The rest we will need. All right, is there anything else to discuss before we get started? Anything else Anna wants to add? Anna says, I like history, literature, and arts. It will be obvious from these cases. I wanted to rate it difficulty 1, but playtesters suggested that it's more like a 2. Thanks for the playtest. Found bugs, made suggestion, etc. All right. So I think we're ready to get started. Is there anything else to talk about before we do? Let's take a look at our little case log that's used in cases. I think that Anna's will also use this. In general, I like to put these copies of these inside the cases, but I'm not sure Anna has. Obviously, it's a little awkward for me because I'm the one that would be the natural person to help people write cases and format them. But I have to be very careful because I don't want spoilers. So basically, Anna has been left to her own and to the playtesters. And I'm going to experience this for the first time. Okay, so we're just going to record when we're playing this. And then that's our case tracking sheet that we will use for the duration of this case, and then a daily log as we play it. I don't think we need this campaign log, but I would encourage Anna to consider making her campaign use some of these campaign features. All right, so I guess we're going to get started. All right, so let me just put this stuff, these documents, the directories aside. We'll read them, we'll get them out when we need to, and I'll explain how to use them a little bit on our first use, but we're just going to get straight into the case here. All right, we've got our table of contents, just one day. Here's Anna's rules. Let's see. You start at 9 a.m. Almost every lead takes half an hour. You look up something, but there's no lead, no time passes. Follow a maximum of 20 leads, report at 7 p.m. to the chief. Answer the questions, or follow more, go into overtime and report later. In this case, you just stop recording the time. 2 points per lead. Okay, so Anna has set it up so we get a little bit of a penalty if we take longer than the 20 leads. If you're in it for the story, it's recommended going to overtime, not worrying about the points. Don't forget, you can always use hints. If you're stuck, you'll find them at the end of the book. You only need to deduct points if you learn new information. So let me just see how Anna has done her hints. Okay, she's done hints for the markers. That's normally how I do it. Hint start 1, 2, 3. I don't know what those mean. Okay, 100 points questions. -2 points for overtime. You can get some culture points. That makes sense for Anna to be focused on culture. Every hint -2 or 5. You could check your minus points by checking the demerit box, which is what we'll do. We'll be using demerits and culture here. Last advice. Oh, wait, not late. Everyone needs a bit of fun at the end of a hard day. You should watch a movie in the local playhouse after you finish your day. After you answer the questions, but before you calculated your final score. After you answer the questions, we go to the local playhouse. Okay. Last advice, save this case log for cases 2 and 3 so you won't have to look up the lead numbers you've already visited. Interesting. All right, here we go. 9 a.m. Monday, January 14th, 1935. It's almost 9 o'clock in the morning, mid-January, with the sun not shining and a look of hard, wet rain when you arrive at the police station. You didn't sleep well after your extra shift yesterday, and this crappy weather just makes you more cranky. The chief wants to see you right away. He's obviously in a pretty bad mood this morning, too. God damn it, Lucas. Where were you? I told you to keep an eye on that rookie. Rook? Your rookie partner in the last few months? Green as grass. Circle document 4 in your case log. You've gained access to document 4, your rookie partner. Okay. Now we're going to circle access document 4 and then get ourselves document 4. Okay, so here is our partner, Brooke. No information, just a photo, so we can know who we're dealing with here. You're getting tired of cleaning up his messes. What did he do this time? It can't be good, judging by the yelling. The chief shouldn't have given you this babysitting job. It's not a coincidence you don't have a family. You always worked alone, at least until 5 months ago. I've just arrived, Chief. It's only 8:50, so I still have 10 minutes before I have to start watching that puppy. Well, looks like you didn't watch him very well yesterday. Brooks and St. Vincent's, Lucas. Someone hit him in the head pretty hard last night. He hasn't regained consciousness yet. An old man and his sister found him and called an ambulance and the police. They say the kid was mugged. Your pal Jacobs from the Hudson Yard district was the first one on the scene. I don't know if the boy was just very unlucky on his way home or he was on a hot trail of some pigeon who wasn't keen on being tailed. If it's the latter, maybe his life's still in danger. So Lucas, hop to it. Give me some answers by this evening. So the kid's in the hospital. Is this anxiety you feel in your stomach? Can't be. Brooks an irritating young smartass, a real busybody who made your life miserable in the last few months. And on top of that, he's also a magnet for bad luck. Although you usually do things by halves, every other case you were working on reached a dead end lately. Never before were your results so bad. Is it a wonder you weren't through the roof with joy about this partnership? The chief should have known better than to pair this rookie with you. You look into your office. There's a newspaper on Brooks' desk, The Villager's last issue. An article is circled about an exhibition at the Whitney Museum of American Art. Did he pick up a new hobby? Circle document 1. You've gained access to The Villager. Okay. Take a look at that. Okay, so here's a copy of The Villager on the desk from today, January 10th. Circle 4 village canvases. At the Whitney Museum of Monroe. 4 village canvases. The Whitney Museum of American Art purchased 17 paintings from the recently closed second biennial exhibition of contemporary American art. 4 of the canvases are by up-and-coming village artists. These paintings, selected by the museum, now part of the permanent collection, are again to be seen in the exhibition of new acquisitions, which opens to the public Tuesday, January 15th. Visiting hours, Mondays closed, all other days, including Saturdays and Sundays, 1 to 5 p.m., and Wednesday evening, 8 to 10 p.m. So today is Monday. All right, so let me just show you how we're going to use our time log. This is for our case. And then each day we're going to use a log sheet. We're going to say it's 9 a.m. Day 1, which is Monday, January 14th, 1935. Okay, so just to recap, we've discovered this document. There's a newspaper. It's the last issue, January 14th. This paper is from January 10th, so it's actually from 4 days ago. but they're closed on Monday, so we're not going to be able to visit it today, since today is a Monday. All right, so let's continue going with this introduction. So we go into our office, we see this paper circled. Now that you look at this article, you remember him mentioning some mysterious collector he was trying to unmask. Was it 2 weeks ago or more? This rookie often talked about crazy things like that, which he heard from earless Jimmy. You told him he shouldn't pay attention to a nosy lowlife who hangs out all day in a gin joint like Julius's. But he obviously ignored that. What were you up to, kid? Time to find out. You take your hat and step out of the police station into the gloomy rain. Okay, start the day at 9 a.m., end the day at 7 p.m. If you need hints on how to start, go to hint. Okay, so that's what the hints were. Cost 2 points. All right, we're not going to need that, but we are going to write down here that 7 p.m. is the day end. All right, well, we're ready to start. Let's make a couple of notes of things that were mentioned that we want to follow up on. So we know our guy is in the hospital. That seemed at St. Vincent's Hospital. That seems like a good place to start to go check on him. And a couple other things are mentioned. Let's see, where was he? He was hot on the trail of, we don't know. Okay, the kid was mugged. Your pal Jacobs from Hudson Yard District. Hudson Yards District. Probably talking about a police station in Hudson Yards is my guess. And then we've got the Villager newspaper. We could stop by there maybe. And then we've got the Whitney Museum of American Art, which should be closed today. But maybe that just means closed to the public. They could still be open. And then, let's see, then we got one last thing. Here was Jimmy at a bar, a gin joint like Julius's. So here was Jimmy. All right, well, I don't know who that is. We're not going to be able to visit that person by looking them up. It's not a contact, but maybe we can go to a bar called Julius's. So you might consider this our to-do list. All right, let me organize my space here and we'll get started. If you guys have thoughts on where you want to go first, if we can keep our space organized here. Rulebook we won't need. I will point out a couple of items that are bound into the rulebook that we could theoretically need. A guidebook to navigating New York City just reminds you about subways, buses, taxi cabs, private cars, and walking, and how long each would take and when people prefer that. We have a research guide of suggested places that we might go to look up information like court records, birth certificates, etc. We probably won't need that, but we might. And then a campaign contact list of friends and contacts, but Anna's case is set in a different world than mine, so won't be using those. But probably we don't need the rule book for now, but we will need the rest of our documents. All right, we'll see if we can't. Maybe I'll take these out of this. All right, any thoughts about, I'm inclined to start by going to Jacob in Hudson Yard. Okay, so Jonathan wants us to find our friend Jacob. Let's just remember how that was mentioned. your pal Jacobs was the first one on the scene. Okay, let's try to find Jacobs. So I think it's probably police precinct in Hudson Yards. Lots of places to locate that, but let's go to police precincts, neighborhood precincts, 75. Let's use the yellow pages. Okay, here's our police precincts. We're looking for Hudson Yards. That would be HY. I can see I'm going to need my glasses for some of this. Okay, here's the Hudson Yards precinct, 71774. I'll show you how I do this. I put it here, 1774. And now we're going to look it up and see if there's an entry for that. 71774. There is, page 36. So let's turn to page 36. Okay, 71774. Hudson Yard Police Station, 30 minutes. I'm going to go to my log here and write down that it's the next lead we follow will be at 9:30. Let's see what this says. Lucas, I was expecting you. Sorry about your partner, old boy, though he could still wake up, I guess. Jacobs looks remorsefully at you, even though it's not his fault what happened. What's this? Something's got into your eye. You clear your throat and bark at it. Cut the crap. Just tell me what happened. Jacob seems taken aback, but doesn't comment. He just starts talking. Yesterday, 11:10 p.m., I got a call from an old man, John Chapman, who said there was a mugging on the street and a young man was injured. He also said he called the ambulance already and was waiting next to the victim with his sister, Frances, in front of Party and Son. I picked up my helmet. I started running, so I arrived before the paramedics. The man lay on the pavement. I checked his vitals. He was still alive, but unconscious. I recognized your rookie partner, Brooke. His wallet was gone, but he still had his watch, so it looked like either the mugger wasn't very thorough, or the old couple scared him away. Apparently, they heard a yell and were rushing toward the scene with their loud dog, so the attacker fled. They said it was a big man in a trench coat and a hat. They couldn't see much more in the dark. The man was running towards Chelsea. We put out a police warrant, of course, but this description's too vague to be of much help. After the ambulance and the old bird and her brother were gone, I looked around a bit, but I couldn't find anything. It was around midnight when I returned to the station. You thank Jacobs for the information, and you're on your way already. Circle marker C. Okay, so we're going to circle marker C, which no doubt means C1. And let's make some notes here about what he said. First of all, we got a description of the guy. Running towards Chelsea, big man in trench coat. Trench coat. We should probably record that this is the Hudson Yard Police Precinct so that we can revisit our notes. Very important to keep track in your logs of all the places you go so that you can return and reread it. Okay, big man in trench coat. And we're told that this all happened in front of Party and Son, whatever that is. He still has his watch, but his wallet is gone. And our friend here remarks on that. Little odd, like why not steal his watch too? Maybe he was scared away by these two people. We're told he ran towards Chelsea, which is a neighborhood. We'll go find this location of the scene and track it and see where we can get to it. Okay, looked around I couldn't find anything, but it was dark, so maybe we want to go to the scene of the crime ourselves. There was something else. Let's see. So there's a little, we obviously care about this rookie despite ourselves. All right. So he says there was John Chapman. So that sounds like a witness. All right. So we have a couple more leads to follow up on. Party and Son and John Chapman, witness, and his sister Frances. All right, and then maybe we got marker C1. All right, well, I'm keen to go to the scene of the crime. Let's give our partner time to wake up a little bit. Let's head to the scene of the crime early in the morning before any evidence gets washed away. So Party and Sons. Let's see. We know the name of a place. It sounds like a business. So let's find it in the white pages. Party and Son Dry Cleaners, Hudson Yard 9. Okay, so that's where we're going to go next. Party and Sons Dry Cleaners, 14270. 4270, and I'm going to write this down that this is Hudson Yards 9. And so we can get out our map and take a look at where exactly this is. So here's Hudson Yards on the full west side downtown. You can see where it is in Manhattan, all the way down in the southwest corner along the river. Lots of dock worker type stuff. If we wanted to, we could learn a little bit more about Hudson Yards. The current nickname for a small slice of Manhattan below Chelsea that has at other times been called the Meatpacking District seems to resist any attempt at a permanent name. So you can see we're told that Party and Son and the body was found on this 9th block of Hudson Yard. And we were told the culprit ran towards Chelsea. All right, let's go look at Party and Son. 14270, page 12. Okay, so it's another default 30-minute lead. So our next lead will be at 10 a.m. When you arrive at the dry cleaning shop, Party and Son, you can't see any evidence of last night's struggle anywhere. The sidewalk is as clean as a whistle. You step inside the shop and find a short guy, probably Mr. Party, still beside himself. Oh, detective, what a tragedy this is. A real tragedy, he wails with an Indian accent. You tell him it's nice of him to be so worried about your partner, but he's a tough kid and will pull through. No, I mean because of my customers, detective. What if no one will come after that horrible mugging? They might think this neighborhood is safe enough to take their clothes to, isn't safe enough to take their clothes to clean. What will happen to my family then? I have 8 children, detective, and a sick mother-in-law. They will all starve. Is he crying? Surely not. Please, Mr. Party, calm down. The attack happened at night. I don't think that would scare away your daytime customers. He suddenly looks at you with hope in his little brown eyes. You think so? Good. Good. I wasn't even open yesterday, of course. It was a Sunday. I'm closed on Sundays. And when I arrived early this morning, I found blood on the pavement. Blood. In front of my store, Detective. Not too much blood, but still. I cleaned it up immediately, of course. There's no stain which I couldn't remove from any surface. That is party for you, Detective. Best dry cleaning in Manhattan. The little man puffed out his chest proudly. So he tampered with evidence. Great. But there's nothing much to be done about it now. So you say goodbye to him and look around the street. When you take a few steps toward the river, you immediately spot the Whitney Museum's big building. You see a tall, leggy broad stepping inside the building. That's a bit strange. Isn't the museum closed on Mondays? Marker X. All right, so we're circling marker X, and someone has walked into the Whitney Museum, so it's not closed, or some workers are there. No real evidence, no real help at that, at the Party and Son. However, now we've just watched some leggy broad head into the Whitney Museum. So let's go look up the Whitney Museum and see where it is on our map. We could look up in museums, but since we know the name, let's just look it up in our white pages. Let's see. The Whitney Museum, Hudson Yard 13, 19224. Okay, let's just put it on our, let's go there right now. 19224. This was Party and Son. This is the Whitney. And this is at Hudson Yard 13. Okay. Let's see what we're looking at just for fun. So there's Party and Son, and Whitney Museum is right across the street. So we know our rookie was possibly investigating something to do with this museum, and here he is found attacked right outside it. On the same block, by the way, Gansevoort Street. All right. 19224. Page 13. Okay. If you've circled marker X, which we have, we just got at parties, then we go to 47849. 47849. Okay, it's a 1 hour lead, so I'm going to write down that our next lead will happen at 11 a.m. A museum assistant is standing at the entrance. Museum's closed today, I'm afraid, unless you were sent from the police station. You nod, although, strictly speaking, you weren't sent from the station. Oh, thank God. Come in, officer. Oh, it's Detective Lucas. When you step inside the building, you immediately hear shouting. A tall woman is chewing out someone in a museum guard uniform. What do you mean he went home? Are you as dumb as you look? The screeching is almost unbearable. The guard's twisting his cap nervously in his hands. Well, ma'am, his shift ended at 8 this morning. I arrived at 7:55 as usual. Uncle Drew said nothing happened at night, so I took over and he went home. I started my rounds at 8, and, well, when I arrived at the new exhibit, I noticed the missing paintings. But immediately called you, ma'am, as you told us we should if something like this ever happened. The woman is ready to blow a gasket. That old bastard, that useless, stupid old bastard. I bet he was snoring all night and never even made one round. But I'll fire him immediately so he can sleep as much as he wants. Oh, and who are you?" She finally noticed you. This thin broad, with her glasses and square-cut hair, seems slightly unhinged, but you clear your throat and introduced yourself. "Detective Lucas from the New York Police. Nice to meet you, Miss Samantha Doyle, the museum's curator." She emphasizes the miss quite aggressively. "Nice to meet you, Miss Doyle. You're already here?" "I only called the police a few minutes ago." "Good. At least the police actually does its job. Not quite the thing I can say about my night guard, I'm afraid. Looks like our museum was robbed last night, and that useless man didn't even notice." "We're here to protect and serve, ma'am." You say this with a straight face. You're good. She doesn't even seem surprised to hear about a robbery. We don't even seem surprised to hear about it. "What's missing exactly?" "Here, detective, I'll show you." She leads you through one of the glass doors into a quite spacious exhibition hall. She has long thighs, and she walks with a certain something. Fury, maybe? There are paintings and sculptures everywhere. At least you guess they're sculptures. Most of them look like machines and tools forgotten on a construction site. Modern art isn't your thing, to say the least. Miss Squarecut looks around proudly. "This is our new exhibit, which is scheduled to open tomorrow. Our new acquisitions for our permanent collection. 17 canvases and 10 sculptures from various artists. Now only 13 canvases, of course, but because 4 of them were stolen last night." She gestures to the back wall. There's a village artist sign on that wall next to 4 empty picture frames. Someone expertly cut out the canvases from their frames. "Are you sure it happened last night?" you ask the curator while you take a closer look at the empty frames. "Nice work." "Of course I'm sure. Everything was in order when I left at 8 yesterday evening. Only the 2 guards stayed after that." 2 guards. The 2 guards? You take out your notebook. "Howell Bentley, who's not on duty on Mondays, and Peter Kwiatkowski, the idiot you've already seen." "And nothing else is missing besides the 4 paintings, miss?" "No, fortunately not. But even then, how would we open without the village artists' works? It was supposed to be the highlight of the exhibition. Besides, the 4 artists will be the guests of honor at the opening tomorrow. We can't open without their paintings." She looks at you accusingly. You hurriedly scribble in your notebook to seem efficient. "Could you tell me the names of these artists and the title of their paintings?" There's a brochure about them at the front desk. You can ask my assistant to give you one when we finish here." "Is there anything else only I can tell you, detective? I don't have all day, you know." "Yeah, this dame's almost as charming as you. You're starting to warm up to her." If only she weren't so stiff. The 4 missing paintings were supposed to be the highlight of the exhibition, you said." "Well, yes, detective. They caused quite a stir at the biennial last month. Or at least one of them did." "At the what?" You obviously never heard that word before. "The biennale. Biennale. Biennale." She looks at you like some uncivilized and ignorant caveman. Was the 2nd biennial exhibition of contemporary American art, which we hosted last December. I had to go to quite some length to secure these paintings for our museum. There were lots of other interested parties, you know. We had to compete with collectors and art patrons." "I see. Collectors?" You perk up. "Of course. The exhibition has aroused a great interest. Or Or at least one of the paintings did. Isn't that what you said? Please, detective, I don't have time to gossip about these things with you. Every minute which we spend on idle speculation is wasted. I suggest you start your job and find me my paintings. You can't believe this. Nobody spoke to you like this since your mother died. You should give this stick figure a piece of your mind. Yes, ma'am. I'll need to speak with your guard now. Yeah, you told her. Miss Doyle turns around abruptly and shouts for the guard. Kwiatkowski, come here. Talk to the detective. And she stomps out of the exhibition hall. The young lad comes running. No wonder he looks like some schoolboy whose pants are full. You deal with tough guys in your line of work, but even you think this curator lady's scary. You look around. The exhibition hall has a very high ceiling with windows in the middle. So you arrived at 7:55 in the morning, you asked the guard. Yes, sir. There's usually another guard on duty beside me from Tuesdays to Sundays when the museum is open. But on Mondays, I'm alone here. Not much to do on Mondays. I mean, usually, of course. Of course. And when did you leave yesterday? Oh, just after 10 p.m. as always. We finished our last round of the day when the night guard arrived and took over. Nothing was missing at that point. He's looking at you sincerely. Have you noticed any sign of forced entry anywhere this morning? No, sir. Every door was locked as they should be. What about the windows? The windows, too. And what about that one? You point to one of the windows high above. Looks like one of those high windows isn't closed properly. Maybe the burglar came through that window. Aren't you supposed to check those windows as well? Poor kid looks around bewildered to check if Miss Doyle heard your words. Never mind. I'll go to the roof and check myself after we finish here. But first tell me about the night guard. About Uncle Drew? I mean, he's Drugi Kwiatkowski, my uncle. I recommended him for this job. He's a reliable man, Uncle Drew is. A bit old, though, so I guess he might take a nap now and then during his night shifts. But until today, there was no problem with him, I swear. Now he's got fired, poor uncle. At that moment, Miss Doyle pops out of somewhere with a few brochures in her hands. Poor uncle. Geez, you almost jump out of your skin. Poor uncle. Geez, you almost jump out of your skin. The guard freezes motionless as a mouse before a snake. You better pray I don't fire you as well, since you were the one who vouched for him, if I remember correctly. Her eyes sparkling fire and her nostrils are wide. Then she turns to you and gives you the brochure impatiently. Here, detective, you can find the paintings and their artists in the brochure. I sent my assistant for coffee, so I decided to give the brochure to you myself. It's clearly an honor. What a conceited woman. Circle document 3 in your case log. You've gained access to document 3, the brochure about the village artists. Okay. All right, we'll get that in a second. Thank you, ma'am. And I think I need to go up on the roof. The roof? Really? Well, Kwiatkowski can show you the way. I have to go and take care of this disaster now. And she's gone already. The terrified young guard accompanies you to the roof. There's a fire escape on the side of the building towards Little West 12th Street, which the burglar could have used to access the roof. From here, he could have descended on a rope through one of those high windows. There, strands of black rope are stuck in a crack on the edge of the window frame, and it looks like someone cut down the window's lock with pliers. The young man's trying to peer down to the exhibition hall right under you. Yeah, there's quite a bit he missed. Although you have to admit, it looks like this burglar knows his onions. As you look out at the street, you can see the Hudson Yard police arriving. Time to go. The guard's mouth hangs open when you decide to leave via the fire escape. You definitely don't want to be there when Miss Doyle finds out you weren't the cop she was expecting. Circle marker W. All right, so we got a big giant lead, the scene of the crime. Well, the scene of the robbery, and it looks like our rookie might have stumbled on it. So before we proceed, let's get this brochure this woman just gave us. And we'll go back and take some notes. All right, so she's just given us this brochure from the Whitney Museum. On view Tuesday, January 15th, that's tomorrow, for a month. Let's see what we've got here. High Bridge by Edward Hopper. So 4 paintings were stolen. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, so here are the 4 paintings by local artists in Greenwich Village, local to Manhattan. So we have here a painting by Edward Hopper, who's quite a famous painter. The Bridge. And we have a little bit of information on Edward Hopper. Now, all of these people are native to the Greenwich Village. I suppose this means we could knock on their doors. Visited France, 1893. Shared a Paris studio with Logan, believed to have used him as the inspiration in the novel of Human Bondage. Hopper moved to Washington Square in Greenwich Village. His work focused on subjects. He's a member of the American group The Eight, artists who formed a loose association to protest the narrowness of taste and restrictive exhibition policies of the conservative, powerful National Academy of Design. Lonely vistas devoid of people. Okay, that's Edward Hopper. Next up, we have a painting by William Smirnoff. This one called The Sentinels. Here's William Smirnoff. Born in Brooklyn, 1898, to a Russian family, had polio, entered Art Students League, met painter Peggy Bacon, married in 1920, painted still lifes and posed figures with vigorous sensuality, began to emulate the styles of Jules Pasquin from 1920 to 1927, assistant director of the Whitney Studio Club, worked as a reviewer for the Arts magazine, realist paintings, won multiple awards, won the Temple Gold Medal, has been teaching at the New York School of Music and Arts since 1933. Okay, so if we can't find him at home, we might be able to find him here. That's if these people have anything to add to our case. Let's see what else we have here. Here's Dust, Drought, and Destruction by Lester Schmidt. Tempera and oil on canvas. What is tempera? Take a look at Lester Schmidt's painting. It's a little odd. Let's learn about Lester Schmidt here. Born 1906 in Iowa, studied Art Students League fresco painting at the Beaux Arts in Fontainebleau, France. Public Works Project. Public Works of Art Project was a New Deal work relief program. So during the Great Depression, there was huge amounts of money poured into government projects that funded work projects, very famous in New York City in particular, part of the New Deal. Okay, so they funded him creating sculptures and paintings. during the Great Depression in the United States. Although the program lasted less than 1 year, it employed 3,700 artists who produced 15,000 works of art. Artists selected for the program were chosen on the basis of their artistic qualifications and their need of employment. American Scene in all its phases. Schmidt is a member of the American Society of Painters, Sculptors, and Gravers, and the Audubon Society. He's also a vice president of the National Society of Mural Painters, director emeritus of Munson Williams Proctor Institute of School of Art in Utica, New York. Famous for his habit of making a sketch every day. Okay, and then our fourth painting is here. A nude by Mika Murphy. Here's Mika Murphy. Born the youngest of 5 siblings in Cincinnati, Ohio. Father is a scholar of Greek and Latin. Siblings, 2 sets of twins, older than her by well over a decade. Mother was a suffragist, feminist, aspiring writer who urged her daughters to become independent, strong women. Family relocated to Detroit. She began her art education at the age of 12. She moved to New York City to study illustration at the New York School of Applied Design for Women. After 2 years, she shifted from illustration to painting, attended the Art Student League for 4 more years, studied and painted in Woodstock, New York. Murphy developed a realist style of painting, primarily depicting women in their daily routine on the streets of Manhattan. Her work was greatly influenced by Peter Paul Rubens and other Dutch and Flemish painters that she had discovered during trips to Europe. In 1932, she began showing her work frequently at the newly opened Midtown galleries. She takes inspiration from Rubens by adding a light ochreish tone to all of her works, allowing for the painting to be rendered in any way. Not sure what that means, but okay, so we've got local artists in Greenwich Village with enough information that we could try to visit them if we think it's relevant. We went up on the roof, we circled that. Okay, so let's see what notes we want to make of evidence we got here. So we got the name of the night guard, Uncle Drew. We probably want to... Uncle Drew, we get his full name somewhere, don't we? So here we are talking to him. He gives us, I guess, here he is, Drugi, and same last name, Kwai, sorry, Iat Kowski, sounds Polish. An old man, he's the night guard. Okay, and here's his scene of the crime, what he remembers. So he leaves at 10 p.m. Nothing was missing at that point. So somewhere between 10 p.m. from 10 p.m. to the morning, which he says he got in 7:55 a.m. This would be Sunday night. That would have been the robbery. The biggest suspicious thing is that the person has stolen just these 4 local village artists. We also get told of another guard. She leaves at 8. There's 2 guards. Howard Bentley, who's not on duty. So Howard Bentley would have been the other guard, not the night guard. And as the chat points out, there is also that this woman is telling us that one of these paintings got special attention, but she doesn't tell us which one. She says lots of collectors were interested in these 4 paintings. At least one of the paintings. So which painting got the most attention? She says, I don't have time to talk to you about them. So that does seem like a lead. And then it's a black rope from the roof. So whoever has robbed this knows what they're doing, right? Because they've cut out the canvases from the frames. That's something that real art robbers do. They don't, it's too hard to carry the framed painting. They cut it, they roll it up. So that's a real thing that robbers do. Went up through the fire escape, dropped in with a black rope. We find the evidence of strands of black rope are stuck. Someone cut the window's lock with pliers. So someone is an expert robber here. Can't have been their first time. We could double check if the fire escape was facing the same street as Patty's. So let's see. Let me just, they do say what street we were facing. 19224. And then that brought us to 47849. 7849. Okay, so we went up on the roof. And we were told, I think we were told what street we could see. There's a fire escape on the side of the building toward Little West 12th Street. Let's see where that is. So here's the Whitney Museum is here, and the fire escape is facing Little West 12th Street. Our dry cleaner was here on Gansevoort somewhere. So not quite on the same street as Little West 12th, but it's hard to know. I mean, if the dry cleaner lets out on the corner, it would have been right around the corner. So these buildings, which are illustrated, are just points of interest. So it's not like there are places that there's thousands of places here. So it's not like we should go to those buildings. But what was our guy? What was our rookie onto? What did he know? I'm kind of curious to reread this to see if there's anything here again that we might have overlooked. Or the canvases are by up-and-coming village artists. Not really. So we could go visit those artists, but it feels like we've got other stuff to pursue first, maybe talking to that night watchman. Why don't we take our first break? I'll see you in 8 minutes. All right, I've cleared a little space on my table so that I'm not so cluttered here. The chat is making suggestions of where to go. Maybe we could get some hints about how this rookie's investigation started at Julius's, which our chief mentioned. John says we should talk to the witness, John Chapman. I think we gotta go visit our guy at the hospital. He's the guy who got attacked. What if he's about to die? Like, we gotta make sure he's okay, but also, what if there's some dying last utterance that we could get out of him? So I think we should go to St. Vincent's Hospital first. Okay, St. Vincent's Hospital. Yes, I'm not sure if it's looked up under ST or SAINT. We could look it up under hospitals. But let's see, St. Vincent Hospital. Here it is, SAINT. Okay, so it's in Greenwich Village. 42062. 2062. This is St. Vincent. We don't really care where it is in Greenwich Village. But it seems like Greenwich Village might be important to our case. In fact, I think that's our home precinct is Greenwich Village. So let's go take a look at Greenwich Village if it's going to play such an important role in our case. All our artists are in Greenwich Village. St. Vincent's is at 18. In fact, here it is illustrated on our map. St. Vincent's Hospital, that's where we're going right now. If you're curious, Greenwich Village is a bohemian oasis tucked away amidst the shadows of the soaring skyscrapers of Midtown. A sanctuary for artists, writers, and intellectuals, its charming vitality is reflected in an eclectic mix of architectural styles. Cobblestone streets, irregular corners curve unpredictably, weaving through a patchwork of Georgian and federal-style low-rise townhouses, red brick and brownstone row houses, and all throughout the neighborhood, an underground network of secret bars and clubs which have become prominent places for drinking and socializing during Prohibition. At the heart of the neighborhood lies Washington Square Park, a vibrant 5-acre community hub that serves as a common gathering place dominated by the iconic white marble Washington Arch. Music, poetry, and vigorous public debate can all be heard here on a daily basis, often simultaneously, amidst a steady stream of public chess matches, a testament to the neighborhood's flourishing creativity, intellectualism, and activism. Then we get a little bit of history of Greenwich Village, but here it is. And there's Washington Square Park that was mentioned. Here we have a different offshoot of the Whitney Museum. Okay, we're at St. Vincent's Hospital, though. Let's knock on that door. See if our partner's okay. 42062. Page 20. St. Vincent's Hospital. Brooke is lying on a hospital bed. He's frighteningly pale. All kinds of equipment are attached to him. Kind of looks like the creature from the Frankenstein movie. Before the electrocution, that is. You ask his doctor about his condition. Well, paramedics brought him in around 11:30 last night. He's still unconscious, which is a bit worrying, to be honest with you. He was hit on the head from behind with a blunt object, and with considerable force. Then he hit his forehead on the pavement as well when he fell, and it caused an equally, if not more serious injury. His signs are stable for now, and there's still a possibility he could wake up without any lasting damage. Dr. Oliver tries to be encouraging, but somehow it's worse. So the kid could have brain damage. This day gets shittier and shittier by the minute. You feel automatically for a cigarette, but at that moment a beauty comes along the corridor with smooth, light steps, a cup of joe in hand. She's slender and elegant, delicately put together, wearing a red dress with black polka dots on it. She walks to the doctor as if she's floating. "Dr. Oliver, how is he?" she asks with a melodious voice. Her hair is pale blonde, her eyes are bright green, and her teeth are white and shiny as porcelain. The doctor seems affected by her presence as well. He straightens his back and gives her a big smile. "Ah, Miss Smith, I was updating your fiancé's partner, Detective Lucas. Not much of a change, though, I'm afraid. You just have to be patient." Hold the wire. Fiancé? You gawk at the dame. The kid doesn't have a fiancé. Or does he? Miss Smith catches the disbelieving expression on your face. "Oh, it happened last night, Detective Lucas. Simon asked me to marry him. And, well, actually, I didn't say yes yet. It was so unexpected. We only met 3 months ago, but I said I'll think about it. We were supposed to meet for breakfast this morning when Simon didn't show, and I couldn't find him at his boarding house on Christopher Street either. I knew something must have happened to him. I immediately called the nearby hospitals, but they said they couldn't give out information unless I'm a relative, so I told them I was his fiancée." She looks drained, but she doesn't cry. You like her already. Miss Smith, was it? "Oh, sorry, yes, Marie Smith. You could call me Marie, Detective Lucas. I've heard a lot about you from Simon." You lower your eyes. After what happened, you feel bad about being so hard on Brooke all the time. Could you tell me about last night, Miss Smith? Marie? Where did you meet? When did he leave? Anything that could be helpful." You gesture to the nearby chairs and you both sit down. "Well, we went to that French restaurant on 11th Street yesterday. I was surprised when Simon mentioned it the day before. We usually eat at more modest places. So I was suspecting he must want to celebrate something, but I thought it might be a promotion." You can't help but snort loudly at that. Promotion, what a joke. "Sorry, please continue." "We arrived at 8, had a nice meal, and after the dessert, Simon went down on one knee. To be honest, I was shocked and got a horrible headache almost immediately. I'm prone to migraines, so Simon wasn't very surprised. He said I don't have to answer right away. We'll have breakfast at our usual place and talk about it more. He put me in a cab and said he had to take care of something, so couldn't come with me. I said it was okay. I could take care of myself. I'm guessing it was around 9:30 when I went home. My migraine was over by the morning, so I went to our usual place, a nearby cafe on McDougal Street. Simon wasn't there. As I said before, I tried his boarding house first, then called the hospitals. What a woman, very practical and no hysterics, not only a looker. The kid hit the jackpot with this one. You're not surprised anymore. He proposed to her so quickly. So the kid didn't say where he was going after the dinner? Nothing about the Whitney Museum? Marie looks surprised when you ask her that. The Whitney Museum? Yeah, I found a newspaper on his desk with a circled article about a new exhibit at the museum. I thought maybe he mentioned something about it during your dinner. She's considering the question while fiddling with the hem of her skirt. No, he didn't say anything about that. I guess he was too preoccupied with the proposal. He usually talks to me about his cases, you know. I'm not the kind of girl who's interested only in clothes and makeup. I think it's important to share your worries with your partner. But yesterday, Simon mostly talked about his plans for the future. I see. Well, thank you, Miss Marie. Could you give me your address in case I have some more questions later? Of course, Detective. I live at the boarding house at 17 Downing Street, but I'll stay here until Simon wakes up. Oh God, I just realized I have to call Mr. Quist. I can't go to work today. I'm the secretary of Mr. Jeremy Quist at the Big Apple Architects, you know. She adds to your questioning look. I hope you find that thug who did this to him, Detective Lucas. I could strangle him with my bare hands. And thanks for looking in on Simon. I tell him you were friends. I'll tell him you were here when he wakes up. And she walks away with light steps. Very delicate, this woman. Very graceful. Anyway, time to go. You desperately need to breathe some cigarette smoke. And then it says circle H in your case log. All right, so this case is getting interesting. I love these big long scenes. Okay, so we're circling H. I'm suspicious of this woman. She demonstrated a couple of suspicious things here. First of all, like, is our rookie dating the person he's investigating? All right, so now we hear about how he was attacked. Hit from behind, blunt object. Hit from behind with blunt object. I have to say, I try not to talk too much about these cases while we're playing them. Yes, graceful like a cat burglar. Yes, yes, yes. Okay, it's interesting to see Anna has really embraced this film noir writing style. Like, I love how our detective is always noticing the women and their legs. Okay, so here comes this woman, all red dress, black polka dots, blonde hair, bright green, white porcelain teeth. Affects the doctor as well. Miss Smith, that sounds like a fake name. She says her name is Marie Smith. And she says she's the doctor refers to her as the fiancée. We think that's odd that our partner doesn't say anything about fiancée. She says, no, it happened last night. Asked me to marry him. We met 3 months ago. Somewhere we were told how long this rookie has been investigating this case. Do we remember if it was... Remember how long? Yeah, okay. So he mentioned he was trying to unmask someone 2 weeks ago or more. Okay, so less than 3 months, but... All right, she tells us where he lived. So Simon Brooks, our rookie, he's at a Christopher Street boarding house. She does sound like she's very agile and delicate, like possibly a cat burglar. I like this idea. All right, so we ask her, what about last night when our guy got attacked? We sit down. She says we go to the French restaurant on 11th Street. French restaurant on 11th Street, which is a fancy restaurant. Normally they eat more modestly, and he proposes. She says at 8 p.m. He's brought in at 11 p.m. So sometime, they interrupted the attack. So sometime near 11, he was attacked. She says they went and eat dinner at 8. He put me in a cab. That I missed the first time, but that's actually quite a clue, because we might be able, it looks like Perry has already anticipated, we should follow up on her cab ride. That didn't occur to me the first time we read it, but now it does. Cab near restaurant. Okay. And we have a time here at, she says, at 9:30 p.m. And then in the morning to the nearby cafe on McDougal. On McDougal Street. And then he says, what a woman, practical and no hysterics. He likes it. The kid hit the jackpot. And we say, he didn't say where he was going. She says, okay, then she has this weird reaction to the Whitney Museum. She goes, the Whitney Museum? And then we say why we know about the Whitney, and she's considering question while fiddling with the hem of her skirt. And she says, no, he didn't say anything about it. He usually talks to me about his cases. Okay, and then she gives us more history about herself. She says, we got our detective. I love when the detectives are smart. So he says, how about you give me your address? Like he's a little bit suspicious. We are, Lucas. So he says, we might need to follow up. Where are you? And she says, she gives us her address, 17 Downing Street, boarding house. But she says, no need to go there. I'm going to stay at the hospital. And then she volunteers this information. I just realized I have to call Mr. Quist. I'm the secretary of Jeremy Quist. That's odd that she's volunteering this at Big Apple Architects. Like, why is she volunteering that? And then there's something interesting here too, how she says, I hope you find that thug who did this to him. It's a little odd that she's talking about a thug that did this. Like, is she suggesting she knows something about the person, or might she just have overheard people talking about it, or might that just be a generic thing you would say? Very graceful, yeah. All right, well, I'm definitely suspicious of this woman. All right, we have a lot of leads to follow up on. Where should we go first? Where should we go first? Got a lot of leads to follow up on. Why is the air conditioner not on? What does the chat think we should follow up first? Go to the restaurant, see if any staff remembers the proposal. I am definitely think we need to follow up on this woman as much as we can about her. But I'm trying to think, like, what's the most likely, what's time sensitive? Anything? Like, what about at his boarding house? We don't want someone to get there and clean up evidence. So I think maybe I'd be inclined to go to his boarding house first. So let me do that first. So his boarding house is on Christopher Street. So let's get out our yellow pages, and then we'll follow up on this woman. All right, so we've got boarding houses here, page 16. Presumably, probably all in the village where he lives. Let's see if we can check out. Here's a boarding house on Downing Street. That's her boarding house. So while I'm here, let me just write this down. Her boarding house, 75566, 75566. Okay, and what about his boarding house on Christopher Street? We're looking for a GV. Christopher Street boarding houses. Here we go. 58481. 58481. And this one is a GV64, and hers are at GV105. Okay. I guess while we're here, maybe let's go look up these places so that we can visit them more easily. They had a dinner at a French restaurant on 11th Street. What's the best way for us to locate that restaurant? So we could look up in the yellow pages, restaurants. Page 85. Well, assuming it's in the village, we could look up restaurants in Greenwich Village that sound French. There's a lot of restaurants. So that would be one way to do it, not an unreasonable way, and we could do that if we get stuck. But let's just look at our map for a second. Here's 11th Street. It's not that big. I think it might be easier for us to use the reverse directory. So let's use the reverse directory anytime we have an excuse to use it. So we're going to look up Greenwich Village. Okay. So here's Greenwich Village reverse directory. And she says it's on 11th Street. So if it's on 11th Street, the blocks for our consideration are like 17, 16, 25, 18, 26, 19, 27, 20, 28, 21, 29. So let's start here where it's easier, 21 and 29. Looking for a French restaurant, not in 21. Newspaper. So you can see in these square brackets are the type of business, if it's not obvious. So not in 21 or 29. How about 20 or 28? Barney Gallant's Royalist Restaurant. That doesn't sound right. Or does it? I guess let me make a candidate list. 8, 5, 3, 5, 9. Doesn't really sound French. 28. No. How about, oh, look, Charles French. Is that a famous French restaurant? If it's a point of interest, that might make sense. Let's check out the 27 block. Charles French restaurant, occupying a big chunk of the block. That sounds like our place. 89490, 9470. That's surely going to be it. It sounds like a fancy, famous restaurant. The Charles French restaurant. All of the places that are illustrated here were researched by Logan, and these will be famous places, like real points of interest. This is what Charles French restaurant really looked like. And if you go on the internet and search for the Charles French restaurant, you will learn a little bit about the history of that restaurant. In fact, since Anna is a historian, let's do a little bit of searching here. Charles French restaurant. NYC history. Charles French Restaurant, located at 452 Avenue of the Americas, that used to be 6th Avenue in New York City, has history dating back to 1961 when it was founded by Charles Sebastian. Initially located in smaller quarters, it later moved to its current spacious location between 10th and 11th Street, known for its extensive menu of continental dishes, long-standing reputation for quality. Surely there should be a Wikipedia entry for it here. Here's a little public domain archive of the Charles French. Oh, I thought we might see a picture of it. Oh, here we go. Oh, it's a menu? Can we browse the menu? It's a little slow here. I'm thinking we... Oh, look at that. These are just the workers, not the menu. History of it? Okay. Dinner pottage pot. Vinaigrette sauce. Souffle. I would say don't use the internet through my trilogy. Yes, I know. Sorry, I wasn't being clear. I wasn't trying to use the internet to get information about our case. I was just using the internet to show people that these are real buildings with real history, that if you were curious about the history, you could look up and see that the building really looked like this, etc. I wasn't saying that it was relevant for the case in any way. I know it's not. I just thought it would be fun to take a look. Okay, so that's going to be our, surely that is our fancy restaurant that he's gone to. 89470. All right, now, what about the cafe on McDougal that they regularly go to? Can we find it in the same fashion? All right, where is McDougal Street? I should know this. Should know where McDougal Street. So I grew up down here below Houston Street in Soho, south of Houston Street. Somewhere down here is where I grew up. So let's see. We've got Christopher Street. That's where our guy was on his boarding house. So I should know where McDougal is. There's McDougal right there. So McDougal is pretty short here. So assuming it's in Greenwich Village and not down here in the lower west side, we're probably looking at 80, 79, 83. Let's find it in our reverse directory then. All right. So what have we got here? McDougal, we're looking at 79 or 80. Do we have a cafe? Chock full of nuts is a cafe on 4th Street, but maybe close enough to McDougal, but not quite on McDougal, so maybe not. Village Door Restaurant. If we don't find a better cafe, then we'll check on the Chocolate Nuts. How about in the 80 block? No, how about 83 or 90? Cafe Reggio on McDougal. That seems like a good candidate for us. 30096. 30096. If we fail to find one of these, we'll look it up more carefully. And now the place that we caught on to and almost missed is the cab company. He puts her in a cab. So let us go look up what cab company services Greenwich Village. In New York Noir, there's a local cab company for each neighborhood. So if she got into a cab, she's probably was a cab company that runs Greenwich Village. So let's look up what cab company works in Greenwich Village. The Rainbow Taxi Service, 52757. 52757, and this was for the cafe. Okay, so we have a whole bunch of places to check out. Do we want to check out the Big Apple Architects also, where she says she works? I think that would be smart, actually, especially if we're so suspicious of her. Big Apple Architects is in Hudson Yards, where the Whitney Museum neighborhood is. 48821. 48821. And she gave us the name of who she's a secretary for, which was a Quist. So probably we'll find him at Big Apple Architects, but since she gave us his name, let's look it up anyway. See if it's in the right pages. Quist Theodore, Uptown, but no Quist Jeremy. Okay, let's just assume that it's not important for us. All right, so we have a bunch of leads to follow up. Okay, I said that I wanted to go to his boarding house before someone gets there and rummages through it. So let's go there first. 58481. 58481. There is an entry for it. It's now 11:30. 58481. This is Simon Brooks boarding house. Page 30. All right, 30 minutes passes. So this is where the kid lives, a regular boarding house, nothing fancy. You ask around a bit. Looks like no one saw him since yesterday morning, so he probably didn't come home after he finished at the station. Okay. Okay, 12 noon. That was his boarding house. All right, Jonathan, you wanted to go to the restaurant and see if anyone remembers a proposal. So let's do that. French restaurant, H9470. There is an entry for it. 89470. Page 37. Charles's French Restaurant. 30 minutes. So it's now 12:30 in the afternoon. The restaurant's maitre d' luckily remembers Brooke and Mary from last night. The only problem is with this overly polite man that he has an irritating French accent and uses too many French words for your taste. Oui, monsieur, the beautiful couple was here last night. The young man made the reservation 2 weeks ago. He told us it will be an occasion spéciale. So wanted a quiet table for two. I suspected it would be only a proposition, and I was right. Although the mademoiselle was quite shocked and got a, how do you say, le migraine, a terrible headache immediately, so I had to call a taxi for her. I saw the young man hail another taxi for himself on the street after that. Marker R. Okay. So that checks out with what she says about migraine, but is she just faking it? And they both got into taxis. It absolutely feels like a taxi cab visit is due for us. He took a taxi, she took a taxi, huh? Okay. Let's go to the taxi cab company. We already looked them up. 52757. 52757. This is the taxi. The last one was the French restaurant. Page 29. The Rainbow Taxi Service. If you have circled marker F, we don't have F, but we do have H. Okay, so let me just show you. This is a good, if you have both markers, you can read both entries. Okay, this is a good example of taking notes here. So if you look at our log sheet, what we're going to put here is that we need to return with F. So when we get marker F, we will remember to come back here. Okay, but we do have H, so we go to 35447. And maybe what I'll do to make sure we don't forget is I'll put a little dot here next to this F1. So when we get it, we remember that there's someplace we want to come back and do. Meanwhile, let's do the 35447. Sounds like we were right to focus on the taxi cab. All right, so we're going to ask about any pickups at the restaurant. There were two rides, 9:35 and 9:38 p.m. from the French restaurant on 11th Street. The first to 17 Downing Street and the second to 49 Gansevoort. Okay, well, that checks out. I mean, her boarding house is 17 Downing Street. And Gansevoort is where the Whitney Museum is and where he was attacked. So just to remind ourselves, if that address is exactly for the museum, the Whitney Museum is at 99 Gansevoort. Why is he going to 49 Gansevoort? Assuming that's not just a bug with my new directories. 49 Gansevoort. Okay, so let us use the reverse directory to find out what, this is a great example because we've got an exact address here. Anna, don't say anything. We've got an exact address here. So you might wonder, how do you find out what's exactly at this address? Well, in fact, hold on, I want to show you something, because this, you don't need this for this case, but let me just show you one of the new directories that we've never had to use. This is for looking up where streets are. So 49 Gansevoort, if we look it up alphabetically here, let's find Gansevoort. Okay, so if you look up Gansevoort, each of these entries tell you which neighborhoods certain streets intersect through and what their what the building numbers are. So Franklin, you can see, passes through these three neighborhoods: Little Italy, the Civic Center, and the Lower West Side. And here are the range of building addresses in each. Gansevoort is entirely in Hudson Yards. So in this case, if you just had that address, that would let you find out it's in Hudson Yards. In our case, if we open up Hudson Yards, we know the Whitney Museum, a place of interest, is on the 13 block of Gansevoort. So what we're going to do is we're going to use our reverse directory to go to Hudson Yards, start at 13, which is the Whitney Museum at 99 Gansevoort. And now we're going to look for 43 Gansevoort. So you can see it's going to get smaller as we go this way, I guess. So let's look on the 9 block or the 10 block and see what the addresses are of Gansevoort. So on the Party and Son was at 63. Where was he taking his cab? Okay, so that's the 9 block is at 63. So we need to go a little bit further. Let's try the 10 block, 11 block, or 6 block. Horatio Street. Here's the 6 block. So by the 6 block, we're already down to 25 Gansevoort. That's too far. What about the 11 block? Here we are at 38 Gansevoort. Boy, that's awfully close. The 11 block, it's got 38 Gansevoort. Ten block. No. 6 block, 25 Gansevoort. 7 block, we're already down to 10 Gansevoort, so that's not right. How about 17? 82 Gansevoort. So what does it mean? We don't know who's at 49 Gansevoort. We know what's very near it. We know Igor Moraz is at 38 Gansevoort. Technically, that would mean that the odd number would be across the street. But that would probably put it at 6 or so. 25 Gansevoort. But I don't see any entry for that. All right, so I don't see the exact address. That doesn't mean anything's broken. It's either that I'm not finding it, or that there's no entry for that address, or that something else broke because the new directory. We don't know, but let's make a little entry for it. Or it could just be that the taxi dropped him off somewhere. The 9th block. Gansevoort, 63 Gansevoort. Okay, so I don't see it, but it would have been somewhere in there, very near to the... Very near. Just because it's not in the directory doesn't mean anything's gone wrong, but there's lots of possibilities. It's possible that it's a directory mishap, or it's just possible that there's no entry for it here, or that there's some odd numbering and that I've gotten something wrong. But we don't have to worry about it. We just know that it's a little odd. We'll just note that it's a little odd. We'll put that in our to-do list. And we'll keep going. Now, the other taxi went to her boarding house. So I was hoping we would catch her in a lie. But we haven't. What shall we do now? She claims she went to the cafe in the morning and he never showed up. Maybe we should check her out on that. Let's go to the cafe where she said she went. 30096. This would be at 1 p.m. Oh, 096 is page 18. That address may come to light later on. We're just going to table it for now. Okay, here's the cafe that she said they were supposed to meet at in the morning. We know he was attacked, so he didn't show up. The Grease Joints employee is a young lad. He immediately remembers Marie when you describe her. Yeah, the beautiful lady is our regular customer. Sadly, she has a boyfriend. They eat breakfast here almost every day. Yesterday, her beau didn't show. After 10 minutes or so, the lady rushed out, leaving her breakfast on the table. All right, well, we haven't caught her in a lie yet. We haven't visited her own boarding house yet, though, which might be nice to do. But we can put that off for a second since she seems to be checking out. Marco's been wanting to go to Julius's for a while. Yes, Julius's is the bar that our rookie likes to hang out at. Let's go look up that. Julius's. Do we know anything more about Julius's? What did we write down? Here was Jimmy at Julius's. Sounds like a bar. Julius's bar in the Greenwich Village. 52095. 52095. Let's go there. Page 29. Julius's bar. Oh, sorry, I wasn't showing you this. If you've circled marker W, which we have, go to 64230. Here was Jimmy, 30 minutes. That will make it 2 p.m. So half of our day is gone, by the way. Here was Jimmy. is sitting at the end of the counter, gently embracing a pint of beer. He lost his ears in an accident long ago, maybe a fire or something like that. He's been pretending to be deaf since then, while eavesdropping on every conversation he finds interesting. A tricky little bastard. You sit down next to him. "Hello, Jimmy." You pull out a deck of Luckies and offer it to him. He doesn't react, just continues sipping his beer. "I know you can hear me. Drop the act. I also know you talked to Brooke in the last few weeks. What were you two chinning about?" You stick a match on your thumbnail and light a cigarette, then slip him some scratch. Silence. "The kid's in the hospital, Jimmy. Unconscious after someone hit him on the noggin pretty hard. I think you were the one who gave the tip he was chasing before getting cooled. So better spill, you little snitch, or I'll wipe the floor with your ugly mug." The news about the kid seems to shake him at last. He finally looks at you. Now you're getting somewhere. "So what did you tell the kid exactly? And why are you even giving tips to him? Was that some kind of trap for a rookie?" He starts muttering into his beer, like some booze hound who's talking to himself. No trap. Swear, and I'm no snitch neither. Like that kid, reminds me of my nephew. Little Jimmy died in a fire a couple years back. Me sister boy. That's why I helped him, you know. I thought I was helping him. Wanted some dope he could use to prove himself in his partner's eyes. So I told him about the collector." He stops and sips some beer. "What? The kid was doing this for you? No way. This little shit is just pulling your leg. Or you can smack him around a bit later. Right now, you need info." Yeah, the kid mentioned some scheme he was going to foil. I didn't think it was serious. So what did you tell him about this supposed collector?" Last week, there was this little guy, a real shorty, round fella, bald, calls himself Mr. Finley. Saw him chinning with folks here and there, mentioning the collector. This Finley wags his chin a bit too much, if you ask me. Word is, this collector fella has a good rep. Paid well for jobs. Safe cracking, burglary, pulling a con, that kind of thing. Works with different middlemen every time. This last one is this Finley fella. What a mumbo jumbo about this collector and this Finley. On the other hand, why would Jimmy make this crap up? That bit about his sister's boy sounded quite honest. Is it possible that this collector character really exists? Now you sound just as bad as the kid. You don't have time to mull over this because Jimmy has some more interesting deets for you. Saw Finley had the village with him. Suppose there was something in it about the job or something like that. Didn't catch that part. Jimmy starts sipping his beer again, so that explains the paper on Brooks's desk. Was it an article about the Whitney's new exhibition? Dunno. Just told you. I didn't catch that part. So how did the kid know which article was connected to the job? Hey, any chance that Finley guy wanted to hire a cat burglar? One who's good with ropes as well? Dunno, but some other bloke was asking around for a cat burglar in local gin joints. Wow, he's volunteering info now. Maybe you remind him of his long-lost brother or something. No, not even in a joke would you be related to this little shit. And did he find one, a cat burglar, you ask him? Dunno. He shrugs and starts sipping his beer again. You wait a bit more, but looks like that's it. Thanks, Jimmy. You decided not to wipe the floor with the little rat just yet, so you toss some coins to the bartender. Take your hat and leave the joint. Circle J. Okay. What have we got here now? So we're finally learning about our supposed criminal, the collector. And we hear about a new guy named Mr. Finley. Round, bald, short. The kid mentioned a scheme he was going to foil. There was this guy, Mr. Finley, talking about the collector, talking too much. The collector pays well for jobs, safe cracking, burglary, works with different middlemen, this time with Finley. Okay, so Finley is not the collector, but he's someone who might be working on a new job for the collector. Finley has a paper, copy of the village. And we make the connection. We say maybe it was Finley was trying to find a cat burglar. And he says some other bloke was asking around for a cat burglar in local gin joints. Some other bloke. Not Mr. Finley. Asking in bars for a cat burglar. Did he find one? He says he doesn't know. So, I mean, it would be nice to find this Mr. Finley. Do you think that's his real name? Or we could visit other bars in Greenwich Village to try to find about information about that. Or let's see if we can find a Mr. Finley, and then maybe we just not visit a couple other bars. Let's see if we can find a Mr. Finley. Doesn't look like there's a Mr. Finley. H-I-J-K and just N. So that looks like a dead end there, unless we want to check out a couple other bars. Julius's was in Greenwich Village, right? 52095. Let me just make sure we're talking about still in Greenwich Village. Yes, Julius's was in Greenwich Village. Let me just look for other bars in Greenwich Village. I mean, there's a lot of bars. Thanks. So lots of bars here. There can't be that many in Greenwich Village. Let's just make a little list since we're having trouble finding Mr. Finley. Here's Cafe Dante is a bar and pub. Okay, 82751. Let's see what else we got. Here's Cedar Tavern, 78703. Chumley's Bar, 82355. Unfortunately, Greenwich Village is a popular place for bars, so there's a lot of them here. 3800. Here's 83736. 83736. That's the employees only bar. Here's another one, Julius's bar. That's the one we were just at. Here's another one, the Stonewall Inn. 52537. All right, so we've got a list of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 bars. That's not too many to knock on doors of. Let's knock on those doors in the table of contents. First one is 82751. I see an entry for it. How about 78703? No. 82355. Yes. 33800. No. 83736. Yes. 52537. No. So 3 of our bars have entries. It looks like we're going to stop over in some bars. We're going to keep following this lead for a little bit, then we'll get back to our other work. But actually, it's time for another break. I am very much enjoying this case. I'll see you in 8 minutes. 1:29 a.m. here in Champaign, Illinois. We're 2.5 hours into our playthrough of The Rookie, the first case in a trilogy written by Anna, the shortest, easiest case. And I have to say, I'm incredibly impressed by this case so far. It's making a lot of use of different spatial reasoning about what's where. I think the other thing that's there are a couple things here that are incredibly impressive in terms of structuring a mystery case. We've got these sort of femme fatale characters that we are quite curious about. This one in particular, we can't tell whether we trust her or not. But the other thing that stands out to me about this case, especially when I look at my cases and a weakness in my cases, one of the things that's particularly nice here is how many different leads we could pursue at any given time. It's hard to write a case that's not very linear, where you're finding one lead and then you learn about another one and go to another one. And here in this case, we've got like this whole wide gamut of things that we're interested in chasing down. So perhaps we should think about our priorities now and do a little bit of a recap of some options. So we've talked to our informant at the Julius bar. He told us about an informant. He told our rookie about this collector and a Mr. Finley and asking about a cat burglar in local bars. And so we've got 3 candidate bars in Greenwich Village that we might want to stop in on and see what they've heard. We've also got, we went to the restaurant, we went to the cafe, we went to the cab shop. So we actually finished this one. However, we haven't visited Marie, the fiance's, her boarding house. And we haven't visited the Big Apple Architects. And we haven't figured out what's at 49 Gansevoort Street. So that's another set of places we could go. We haven't talked to the witness who found our rookie's body and may have chased off the bad guy. And we haven't talked to the night watchman, and we haven't talked to the other guard. And we haven't talked to the artists, trying to find out which one painting they might be more, that there might be more interest in. So of those, does anyone have a preference for what to do first? Should we continue with this lead of the bars, or any of these feel time sensitive? I feel like maybe the bars we should finish following up on. It's 2 p.m. now. Let's go to these bars while it's still fresh in our mind. 82791, page 37. This isn't the right thing. Okay. Cafe Dante, which is apparently a bar. If you have circled the marker J, which we have, and G, which we haven't. Okay, so we don't have G. So we need to make a note here for ourselves. So this was at 82751. The cafe bar. We need to come back here with G. And I will make a little note here that we need to come back with G. All right. Let's try another one. 82355. Okay, Chumley's bar, if we have marker J, which we do have, go to 35091. 35091. You ask around about this Mr. Finley character or another potential client wanting to hire a cat burglar. Nothing. Okay, so that was a dead end. 2:30 p.m. All right, what's next for us? We just got one more bar to go to. 83736. 8736. The employee only bar. You circled marker J, go to 6. Oh, 83736. We do have J, so we're going to get to go to 65650. Damn it. You ask around about Mr. Finley or someone else wanting to hire a cat burglar. Nothing. 30 minutes. Okay, so we've got some. It's 3 p.m. We've got some loose ends, but it looks like maybe one of those bars is where we want to go, but we haven't gotten the information we need to follow up on it. All right. What should we pursue next? Curator said something about gossip at a previous exhibition. I don't remember that. They definitely mentioned one of the paintings. Jonathan says, let's cross off Big Apple Architecture. All right, we're going to go to Big Apple Architects 48821. Big Apple Architects, 30 minutes past, and the next lead is going to be at 3:30. It's currently 3 p.m. 48821 Big Apple Architects. So this is tracking down Marie's information where she says she works. You look around this big bustling office while you're waiting for Mr. Quist. It seems another secretary is filling in for Marie, who's sitting in front of Mr. Quist's office. There are big piles of files and papers on her desk, and filing cabinets are standing behind and next to it with lots of blueprint tubes on them. Mr. Quist looks out from his office and invites you in. He's a real handsome guy in his 40s, full of friendliness and helpfulness. You hate him immediately. Yes. Miss Smith is my new secretary. She started working here about 3 months ago. Her work is excellent. She's not just a regular secretary, I have to tell you. The knockout isn't a regular secretary? Gee, what a shocker. She's very enthusiastic about architecture, always asking about structures of buildings, their floor plans, that sort of thing. She often peruses our architectural books and plans in her spare time. I think we got our cat burglar here. I've already recommended her to try and apply to college. She said she'll think about it. Yeah, you'll bet she told him that. What a sleazy bastard. Circle marker Q. I think we've got our cat burglar here. Marker Q, but that doesn't tell us who may have hired her. However, if we're right that she's our cat burglar, then I think we got to go to her place of employment, a place where she lives, and see if maybe someone came by looking for her. So let's go to the Downing Street boarding house where she is, 75566. Now we got to start worrying about time, because our boss told us he wanted us to go until 7 p.m. if we want to get a good score. 766. If you've circled marker D, which we don't have, okay. All right. So let's make a note that we need to come back here with D. 17 Downing. All right. So it's still 3:30. All right. What are we missing? What are we missing? We haven't been to the Villager newspaper. We could visit them. We haven't been to the artists. She's been in town for 3 months. Looks like we've been to all of those. We've been to the bars. We couldn't find a Mr. Finley. Am I sure about that? No Finley. We haven't talked to the witness. We haven't talked to the 2 guards and the night watchman. You could imagine we could try to find a hardware store where they sell black rope. That's another option. Pliers and black rope. Let's put on our to-do list. Hardware store in Hudson Yards or Greenwich Village. Could also try doing some research about art in the library. But maybe we should put that off. All right, Jonathan says, let's hit our witness to the attack. John Chapman, I think that's a good next route for us. All right, John Chapman. I mean, as long as we've got easy leads, it makes sense rather than start scraping the bottom of the barrel. We'll deal with our more long shot leads after we run out of main leads. Okay, Chapman. So John Chapman and his sister Frances. So I see 2 entries, John Chapman and Frances. One lives in Hudson Yards, one lives in Central Harlem. Probably it's the sister, but I guess we could write both of these down. So 57639, and Francis is 44440. I mean, this happened in Hudson Yards, so surely it's at the sister's place. Let's start there then. 4444022. Francis Chapman, Hudson Yards, 30 minutes. Okay. 44440. Francis Chapman. An old woman opens the door with a chihuahua at her heels. The little mongrel has a disgusting pink bow on the top of its melon and immediately starts barking when it notices you. You never understood why people are so shocked when they learn you don't like dogs. Just look at this revolting creature's ugly mug. Miss Chapman suspiciously eyes your trench coat and dark hat. I'm Detective Lucas from the NYPD, Miss Chapman. I'd like to ask you a few questions about the assault you witnessed with your brother last night. The old woman seemed surprised. Oh, we already told the other policemen everything we saw, so I don't know. Officer Brooke, the victim, is my partner, so I'd like to hear everything from you directly, if it's not much of an inconvenience, ma'am. You put on your most polite manner, so she seems understanding and invites you in. Mr. Chapman's in the living room reading a newspaper, a tall but thin old guy with a big white mustache. Apart from the mustache, there's not a strand of hair on his head. He's completely bald. Looks like an old vulture, to be honest. Miss Chapman's trying to outshout the yapping dog. Detective Lucas is here to ask about last night, John. That poor young man who was attacked is the detective's partner at the police station. Hush, Pinky. Do you like dogs, Detective? Not particularly, no. Oh, what a shame, but maybe that's why our Pinky is so out of sorts. Maybe you should kick this Pinky a few times to snap her out of it. Maybe later. The horrid creature finally stops yapping, and Mr. Chapman gets a chance to speak. Scandalous, don't you think, Detective? You can't even go out to the street these days to walk your dog without someone attacking you. What times we live in, Detective. What horrible times. And you even wanted to go alone, Francis. I told you it wasn't safe to go alone after dark. Didn't I tell you that? Although the dog quieted down, the old geezer was still shouting. It seems he's a bit deaf, just your luck. Yes, John, you did, and you were perfectly right. Although I don't think the attacker could have snuck behind me and Pinky unnoticed, Detective. Isn't that right, Pinky? How bravely you started barking when you heard that kerfuffle. Weren't you a good girl last night? Oh, yes, you were. Yes, you were. Oh, God, is this some kind of test? This lady seemed quite sane when she opened the door, but no sane person would kiss a dog on the mouth. Ugh. I try and focus on her statement. So she heard a noise, huh? What kind of noise, and exactly when? Miss Chapman stopped kissing the dog, thank God. You know, Detective, Pinky has a cold, so I have to walk her more often these days, even after 10 p.m. Isn't that right, Pinky? Look, Detective, she knows we're talking about her. How proudly she's wagging her tail. Who's a good girl? Isn't Pinky a good girl? Yes, she is. Mr. Chapman takes over while his sister is cuddling the stinky furball. We took her out around 11 last night for the last walk of the day. We didn't want to stay long, but then she must have heard a shout or something because she started barking and running towards the corner of Washington Street, then straight to the dry cleaner's shop, which, Francis, who's that fellow who owns that shop at the corner? Why, John, it's Mr. Pardee. Mr. Pardee, you know him. We met him a few weeks ago. It's Pardee and Son Dry Cleaners, Detective. Yes, yes. So we went to the old shop, and we found that young man on the ground. You're trying to focus on the important bits of this long-winded reply. Okay, so Pardee's shop on the corner, and there was a shout. Did you hear the shout, Mr. Chapman? What? Speak up, young man, speak up. Did you hear the shout before you went to that corner, Mr. Chapman? You feel a fool even asking that. Nah, our hearing isn't as good as it used to be, but there must have been something that alerted Pinky. So maybe there wasn't a shout after all. Oh, okay, so maybe there wasn't a shout after all. You look into your notebook. You said to Officer Jacob that you've seen the attacker. You've seen the attacker? Yeah, we saw a figure running away from us, Mr. Chapman answers. He seemed tall and muscular, a big man. He turned left, disappeared from our sight at the corner of Gansevoort and Hudson Street. There's a phone booth at the next corner, so I immediately called an ambulance and the police. That officer fellow arrived 5 minutes later, and the paramedics Paramedics 10 minutes after that. Miss Chapman interrupts him abruptly. And the attacker was wearing a trench coat and a hat, Detective. Don't forget to tell the detective about the coat and the hat, John. Look, Pinky is barking again. She's agreeing with our description. Isn't that right, Pinky? Yes, it is. Okay, that's enough insanity for a day. Anything else? But the old vulture shakes his head. I'm afraid that's it, Detective. Okay, thank you for your help, Mr. and Mrs. Chapman. Don't forget to thank Pinky's help as well, Detective. She's the real hero here, aren't you, Pinky? Yes, you are. Yes, you are. You can't leave fast enough. Circle marker E. Well, that's interesting. Did anyone pick up anything from that scene, that nice long scene from the witnesses? I mean, there is some important stuff there. What did you guys get out of it? First of all, we got confirmation that the attacker was a big man. We saw a figure running away from us. All right, let's take a look at this again. Tall and muscular. Well, that's certainly not our girl Marie. Tall, muscular, big. Disappeared from our sight at the corner of Gansevoort and Hudson. Turned left. You might want to look at that on the map. But here's something interesting. I mean, he's wearing a trench coat and a hat. Right? And when we knock on the door, this old woman's a little startled that we are wearing that outfit. She suspiciously eyes our trench coat and dark hat. It's almost like, was this guy a cop? And then we say, maybe he didn't. There wasn't a shout. What would it have been then that attracted the dog? And then she tells us that our guy, she tells us something a little strange, right? Like, did it strike anyone as strange, this part? This guy goes to the corner, he makes a phone call, and an officer arrives 5 minutes later. Boy, that's quick. Remember that we get told about a cop who works out of Hudson Yards. Is it possible that it was another cop that attacked this rookie, the Hudson Yards cop that's a friend of ours from the intro? Boy, this game's starting to make me paranoid. That's a good sign of a case. Any case that I get into, I start to get paranoid about people. In the intro, we're told by our chief. Your pal Jacobs from the Hudson Yard district, who we already talked to. So, well, maybe, but I mean, maybe the police precinct is nearby. Let's open up the map and see if we can't see where our guy ran to. So, according to the witness, turned left, disappeared Gansevoort and Hudson. So that's right. We get told he headed up into Chelsea, up Hudson. So he turned the corner. They lost sight of him. Let's just quickly look at what's up there in Chelsea. So you can see it goes into Chelsea. So if we turn to Chelsea, it would have come up Hudson. Where is that? Here's Hudson Yard. Hudson Street looks like it merges onto 9th Avenue. So we're probably looking up 9th Avenue, which is right here. Well, no subway station for him to run into. So if he's headed up into Chelsea, we lost him. So we should keep our eye open for anyone who lives in Chelsea. Marco says Mr. Chapman is as bald as our Mr. Finley, but Mr. Finley is described as very short and round, and Mr. Chapman isn't, and there's no way that old guy is our mastermind criminal type person. So I think we got a dead lead there. All right, where to next? The dog doesn't like detectives. Like, he doesn't like our trench coat. He doesn't like our hat. I'm just a little bit nervous that so we tried to go to Marie's house. That's the one we had to come back to. All right, let's try to talk to the I do want to check hardware stores for rope and pliers if we run out of other stuff. But I think maybe we need to talk to our guards. Unless someone has a better idea. We could also try to find out which of those art paintings were most sought after. All right, let's talk to our guards first. Where's our list of guards? Howard Bentley and Kwiatkowski. Let's do those. I have a feeling we're missing something, but we might as well go for the easy leads first. Clearly, these are leads we need to follow up on. Bentley. Howell Bentley is in Hudson Yards, 53995. 995. And then we've got a Kwiatkowski. What's happening here? Why is this indented? That's a little bit of a bug. Let me just make a note for myself. Okay, Kwiatkowski, Drugi, Hudson Yards 23569. All right, let's go talk to these two guards, see what they have to say. 4 p.m. We are running out of our official time. Maybe review the brochure for some hidden hints. The brochure seemed like it was ways we could find those artists. So when we decide it's time to track down the artists and talk to them, we'll do that. I think let's do this first. All right, so here's the daytime guard, 53995. Howell Bentley, 30 minutes. So next lead will be at 4:30 p.m. 53995. Yeah, I'm one of the guards at the Whitney, but I'm not on duty today. On Mondays, only Junior goes in. I mean, Peter Kwiatkowski. Museum isn't open on Mondays, so they don't need 2 guards. I left yesterday at 10 p.m. as usual when old Drew arrived. Drugi Kwiatkowski, the night guard. He's Junior's uncle, so I guess he's all right, although maybe a bit old for the job. What can I tell you? Me and Junior did our last round just before 10 p.m. yesterday. Everything was fine then. Nothing was missing. All the windows and all the doors were secured. Yes, all of them, I'm sure. All right, well, that didn't help us much, but you got to cross your T's, dot your I's. Now we're going to go to the night guard. This guy might have some information for us. 23569. All right, let's see. 30 minutes again. It's now 5 p.m., 2 hours until our deadline. A kind grandmotherly lady opens the door. Just a moment, detective. My Drew is sleeping, you know. He just had a night shift at the museum. Yeah, we know. You feel sorry for her as she shuffles out of the room. No more night shifts for her Drew in the future. But you won't be the one to tell her that, of course. A few minutes later, a sleepy old guy appears from the back room of the apartment. He's in a robe and slippers, and his white hair is a mess. How can I help you, officer? He stifles a yawn. It's Detective Lucas. I just wanted to ask you about your job at the Whitney, Mr. Kwiatkowski. The old man seems confused. What do you want to know? It's a peaceful situation. I'm working from 10 p.m. to 8 a.m. Then Junior, my nephew, that is, or that other fellow, Bentley, arrives, so I come home and I sleep some more. I mean, I come home to sleep. He's sleeping on the job. Bentley? Yeah, Howell Bentley, who lives just a few blocks from the museum. Did you notice anything out of the ordinary last night, Mr. Kwiatkowski? Notice what? Well, did you do your rounds at all? He puffs out his chest indignantly when you ask him that. Now, look here, young man, I don't know what you're trying to say, but everything was all right this morning when I left. I told Junior that already. Poor old bastard. So you didn't notice that 4 paintings were missing from the exhibit? He suddenly slumps on a nearby chair. It looks like all fighting spirit has left him. Drugi! His missus hurries to him. Drew, are you all right? But he just stares at you desperately. 4 paintings are missing? Only a whisper comes out of his throat. Look, Mr. Kwiatkowski, it's obvious those paintings were stolen last night, so why don't you tell me what really happened? The old geezer lowers his eyes and starts talking. Well, I did do my rounds at 10 p.m. after I started my shift. And at midnight as well. There were no missing paintings then, I swear, but then I was so tired, I just wanted to rest a bit in the office, just until my next rounds at 2. So I laid down on the couch, only woke up when I heard Junior opening the door in the morning. I didn't want him to know I nodded off, so I told him everything was all right and came home. Mrs. Kwiatkowski looks at him, sadly shaking her head. Oh, Droogie. Circle marker N. All right, so this is interesting because if we believe him, and I guess there's no reason not to, there's one interesting detail here, which is that our cop is attacked at like 10:30, 11 p.m. And this guy says that he did his rounds at midnight and nothing was missing. And somewhere between midnight and the morning, he's saying the paintings must have been stolen. That would have been at least an hour after our cop is attacked. So not attacked by someone escaping or going in. Although I guess you could hide out. But the timing is odd there, that according to this guy, the paintings aren't stolen before midnight. I tend to believe him. Interesting. Interesting. Should we consider that someone may have been trying to hire a cat burglar in the Hudson Yards neighborhood? That we should be checking bars in Hudson Yards too? And what about taxis in Hudson Yards? And hardware stores I'm still interested in because of the pliers and the rope. Hmm. Any thoughts now? We're running out of leads. We still have a few. Should we try to track down the artists? Do you want to try to track down... I think we should go to the Villager office for the newspaper to see if maybe they know something. The Villager is in Greenwich Village, 11648. Let's go there since they wrote the article about these local paintings. One, no entry for the villager. Okay. Assuming I wrote that down right. One support. No entry for them. We're certainly not out of leads, but we are narrowing down. There aren't that many obvious ones left for us. What does the chat think? What angle do you want to... Is there any way to interact with the phone company? Try to see if any calls were made from the phone booth near the attack. Sure. If we thought that that might be of some concern, let's see how we would do it. Okay. So let's look at our research, detectives research. Now, how much Anna used this, we don't know, but let's just look at the kinds of things we could do. We could check in with undercover, check in with Central Police records. We could go to coroner, crime scene analysis, bombs and explosives, postal investigation, organized crime, smuggling, federal crime, central arson, criminal court records, open criminal cases, gossip regarding lawyers, prison records, parole board records, birth certificates, marriage, welfare, building permits, property and tax records, education, political office records, city management, bankruptcy filings, restaurant inspections, sport licensing, driver's license, vehicles, parking tickets, travel records, taxi and limo licensing, interstate transportation, embassies, centralized taxi info, telegram, telephone records at New York Bell Telephone. So that sounds like what Jonathan was interested in. Then we've got public library. No section for art. That's a little odd. Go to the information desk, ask for the art department. And then here we have local newspapers. All right, so anyway, Jonathan wanted to see if there's a way to get access to the telephone records. 43721. It's a long shot, but let's see. 43721, no. Let's look up, let me just see centralized taxi info at the cab corner. 42821. 42821, no. How about public library? 67401. 67401, no. I don't think there's much use for this research guide in this case. Let's look up police records. Just 78245. 78245, no. So I don't think we need this information. All right. I've got a couple places I'm interested in still. Bars in Hudson Yard. I like the idea of tracking down more bars. So because that seemed to be on the right trail for us, and I do want to find this Mr. Finley. So what if he visited bars not just in Greenwich Village, but in Hudson Yard? Let's see if we can make a list of Hudson Yards bars. That might be interesting. 47890. These are Hudson Yard bars. If you're trying to hire someone, Baker Street Bar 47890. Here's another one, 80960. That's the Bakersville bar. We might also want to see if I didn't perhaps miss a bar in Greenwich Village, since at the time I wasn't being all that careful. Um, 1513. Okay, so you know what else we should pay attention to? We saw this guy is running out of Hudson Yards into Chelsea. I wonder if we should check for taxis, the taxi company in Chelsea. He runs and gets in a cab. And I said I feared it was a cop. Just make sure there's no police station right above there. No. Okay, let me check for bars in Greenwich Village that I might have missed, just to make sure. Eight two seven five one 78703 2355 33800 3736. So here is one that I missed. Oh, Julius's bar. We went there. I didn't miss that. Two five three seven. No. Okay. Is there any way to interact with the phone company? Because we're running out of time, I would review some of the visited longer leads before going forward. Start with the curator entry. Might make sense to also go back and double check. We couldn't find 49 in the reverse directory. Gansevoort Street. Yes. Well, let me check these first. As long as we've got places to go, let's not double check things. Let me look quickly for Hudson Yard bars. 47890. No. 80960. No. 10645. No. 57048. No. 31513. Okay, so no Hudson Yard bars. It pays to say something here. If you were watching this, and maybe if Anna is watching this, you might have a feeling of worry, like You might say, well, we were working at such a great pace uncovering leads, and now we've hit like a dead end. But it's worth mentioning that this is exactly what you want in a case. You want periods where you've got a bunch of leads, and then you want bottlenecks where you're stuck. And this is actually a very nice feeling that we're not quite sure what to do next, to pull on, what thread to pull on, and we don't have many leads left. We're not totally out though. So I do want to check the taxi cab company in Chelsea, because if our guy was running away into Chelsea, it feels like it's possible that he jumped in a cab. So I am curious to see, or he lives in Chelsea, but we haven't found anyone living in Chelsea yet. All right, but let's look up cab companies in Chelsea. The Pacific Taxi Cab Company is 26448. 26448. And then maybe hardware stores. Let's see. 26448. No. All right, well, that was a good idea. Didn't pan out, though. Why don't we try for fun, as a little diversion, following up on our artist? So we're told by the... Well, hold on a second. Marco wanted us to revisit the curator. Let's visit her, and then let's see if we can visit her at home too. I'm sort of curious about her. So what was our entry for her at the Whitney? 19244. 47849. So we got this big long description from her. She's very angry. Samantha Doyle. So we've got Samantha Doyle, the curator. She tells us that one of the paintings, there was lots of interest in. She tell us what, where, who's interested in it? Not really, but she gives us the brochure. All right, let me just see. Could we visit her at home? I don't see why we would. But let me just, for the fun of it. No, there's no entry for Samantha Doyle. That makes sense. All right, we could look across the street from the museum fire escape and see if there's an all-night cafe or something. Well, for fun, we could do that. Okay, so just to show you how that would work, in Sherlock Holmes, Consulting Detective, you would just say, okay, the museum's at 13. We know that the fire escape's on 12th Street, so we just go to this block. But that's not how it works here. Here you'd have to decide what place here. So let's go to the 4th block of Hudson Yards and see if there's anything there that where someone would have seen something. So Hudson Yards, the 4th block. So there's an empty warehouse. There's a construction site. Then there's Fiorella Capoletti and a warehouse. I mean, we can try knocking on those doors. So let's see. So across the fire escape, we've got 85980. Construction site, surely not at night, but maybe this woman was awake, Fiorella Capoletti. 72955. Warehouse, surely not. Okay, let's just see if there are entries for these. Probably not, but can't hurt. 72955, no. 85980, no. All right, that was a good idea, but it didn't pan out. Next up, let's look at our artist list and see if maybe we can't visit them. Why would they know anything? I don't know, but we've got, so Samantha Doyle we couldn't talk to, but we've got Edward Hopper. Wilson Smirnov. Lester Schmidt. And Micah Murphy. Now, I suppose we did read their histories. I suppose if one of the histories mentioned like someone named Finley, that would be reason enough to be very interested. But I think we looked through these. I don't remember seeing anything about any of these people. It's hard to see why visiting these people would be useful to us. But we could try just for fun. So let's see. Let's just start with one of them. Let's see if we can't find Edward Hopper. Edward Hopper Studio. Well, it's kind of surprising that there's actually an entry for him, but okay, let's visit him. 11900. 1900. Let's see if he has anything for us. 11900. Well, there is an entry. A long entry, no less. 30 minutes passed, which brings us to 5:30 p.m. next. 1900. When you step inside the studio, you almost knock over a bucket of paint. Shit. There are huge canvases, buckets, and brushes everywhere, not to mention various odds and ends of furniture, equipment, and clothing in a frighteningly artistic mess. You wouldn't be able to tell the paintings here from the paint-stained rags if your life depended on it. You don't dare take another step. I'm very busy at the moment, Detective. Tell me quickly what I can help you with. The painter doesn't even look up from his work. I'm afraid, Mr. Hopper, one of your paintings was stolen from the Whitney last night. The brush finally stops, and the balding guy looks at you in surprise. What did you just say? Highbridge was stolen last night, Mr. Hopper, along with 3 other village artists' paintings, which were to be exhibited tomorrow. Do you have any suspicions about who might have stolen the paintings? The man has started painting again. Looks like the shock of the news wore off easily. To be frank with you, Detective, it's kind of flattering. Nobody stole my pictures before. Maybe I should celebrate. I made it. My paintings are worth stealing, he chuckles. You don't have time for this irritating bastard's half-assed jokes. Mr. Hopper, please give me a serious answer. Who might have been interested in your piece beside the museum? You look sternly at him to try and dissuade any other useless answers. Finally, he considers your question seriously for a few moments. Well, Lillian Powell, one of my patrons from Florida, offered to buy that painting a month ago. I mentioned this to the curator of the Whitney, but she wanted to exhibit all 4 of the village artist paintings in the new collection. Although she didn't offer much more, she was very convincing. So I sold the picture to the museum in the end, but I don't think Lillian was too disappointed about it. She bought a few of my paintings already. I guess she'll buy a few more in the future. Still, I might want to get in touch with Mrs. Powell. She lives in Florida, you said? Yes, but I can give you her phone number, Detective. This is her business card. Circle document 5. Well, I did not expect this. All right. So, Lillian Powell, huh? All right. Document 5. All right, let's see what we got here. Document 5. There's a lot of documents we haven't seen yet. All right, what have we got here? Look how neat this is. It's a business card for Lillian Powell in Florida. Look at that business card. And there's her phone number, 20882. 20882. Let's go ahead and look that up. And give Lillian a call. Oh, there's no entry for it. That's odd. Did I write it down wrong? 20882. Why is there no entry? Oh, sorry. If you decide to call this number, go to 25452. That's an odd choice. Why not just put this here? That seems like an odd choice. Why not put this lead number as her telephone number? If Anna is watching, she might want to consider that. 25452. All right, let's see. We called Mrs. Powell. You go into a drugstore phone booth, drop a nickel, and dial the number of Hopper's patron, Lillian Powell in Florida. Velvety voice answers. Hello? Hello, Mrs. Powell? It's Detective Lucas from the New York Police. I'd like to ask you about the offer you made to purchase one of Mr. Hopper's paintings. Yes, High Bridge, I remember. But what exactly do you want to know about it, Detective? Well, it must have been a real disappointment for you, Mrs. Powell, that the Whitney purchased it from under your nose. No, not really. I made offers for lots of pieces from the Biennale, so I still came home with plenty of new stuff. I like Edward's work, but I have a few paintings from him already, so High Bridge wasn't a big loss to me. Is that so, Mrs. Powell? Yes, Detective. Can I help you with anything else? No, thank you. Good day, Mrs. Powell. Good day, Detective. It was my pleasure. Circle L. Well, that doesn't seem to be of much help. But we got a little bit of encouragement to perhaps keep following up leads of these artists. Would the entry change if the directory was updated and the PDF recompiled? That's an interesting question. Well, I can talk with Anna and fix that. We can fix it to a specific read number. Depends how Anna wrote it, but it's easy to change it to be fixed, which it should. Okay. 6 p.m. We only have an hour before the game officially tells us for our best score that we should wrap it up, but I don't think we're going to be wrapping it up. I think we're going to need to go into overtime, but that's okay. We're used to that. All right, let's keep visiting artists because this guy gave us a lead and maybe one of these people is going to connect us with someone. Okay, let's try to find William Smirnoff. I'm kind of glad we left these people for last. It makes some sense that... So Edward Hopper's a real painter. So we got a chance to talk to the real Edward Hopper. Anna, you might give culture anytime you visit someone real. Okay, so we want... Marco says there was some gossip about it, but I'm not sure. I mean, we can check on that in a little bit. I don't remember that, but you might be right. Okay, Smirnoff. 'Lots of Smiths. So Wilson Smirnoff, here he is. 53367. Now I don't know if... I mean, I know Edward Hopper is real, but I don't know if the rest of these artists are real. It only sounds real. Let's go visit Wilson Smirnoff. Wilson Smirnoff. 53367. $30 minutes. That would make our next lead at 6:30. 3367. Mrs. Smirnoff answers the door. Not a bad-looking skirt, just too smiley for your taste. She leads you to a big and bright studio, bathing in sunlight. While you're here, Anna. Well, okay, never mind. She leads you to a big and bright studio, bathing in sunlight. Her husband sits in a wheelchair in front of a big canvas, turns around when he hears you come in. You introduce yourself and tell him the bad news about his painting. Stolen? Seriously? He doesn't have a Russian accent as you expected. Did you hear that, Peggy? Someone stole the Sentinels. How about that? He looks cheerfully at his wife, who on the other hand looks astonished. Do you have any idea who would have stolen it, Mr. Smirnoff? Was there someone else interested in the picture beside the museum? Smirnoff tries to think about this. Well, the New York School of Music and Arts, where I'm teaching, offered to buy that painting after the biennial. But to show it in the Whitney's contemporary exhibit was a better opportunity for me, so I sold the painting to the museum. It would have been a good advertisement for the school. Still, I can't see the school board planning on stealing a painting. Can you, detective? No, not really. We say, I've seen worse things. Much worse. Marker S2. Marker S2. Okay. It doesn't seem to be of much help. So we could follow that up by going to the school, but I don't see how. I don't see how that would help us. I think we move on to our next artist. Lester Schmidt. Lester Schmidt and his painting here. Schmidt, Lester. Oh, he lives in Greenwich Village on 11th Street. I guess they all live in Greenwich Village. 11006. 11006. Okay, let's talk to Lester Schmidt. "30 minutes, which makes it 7 p.m. Looks like we're going to be going into overtime. Jeez. Apart from his thinning hair, this painter looks like he's still in kindergarten, waiting for his mommy to take him home. You thought only adults are allowed to hang their paintings in museums. It'll be hard to address him as Mr. Schmidt with a straight face, but you must try your best. Mr. Schmidt, the Whitney's curator, Miss Doyle, said there were lots of potential buyers for the stolen pictures, including yours. Could you name these buyers for me?" The fair-haired mamby-pamby reddens deeply. Yep, just like a kid caught with his hand in the cookie jar. To tell the truth, detective, though I have lots of orders for murals, I haven't really got any other offers for my painting. But I heard the others got higher prices from the museum after mentioning other possible buyers. So I thought, why not try something similar? Just mention a vague possibility of a better offer, and it worked. Am I in trouble, detective? Circle marker B. No, you're not in trouble, kid. You're actually pretty smart. All right, that was Lester Schmidt. Doesn't look that young here, but in person he looks younger. All right, Micah Murphy. Micah Murphy, huh? All right, Micah. So we're officially in overtime now, where we're going to start paying extra for our leads. Let us find our Micah Murphy, but we're about to run out of leads here. Murphy, M. Murphy Micah, 10 Downing Street, apartment 1C, 46369. Okay, 46369. Okay, well, there's an interesting entry here. Micah Carolina Murphy. If you have circled marker B and L and S, B, L, S, we have, well, we've circled marker S2, which we got from talking to another person, but is that the same as S? Okay, so this is an interesting case. Since Anna is here, we can ask Anna. Okay, so I don't know if Anna has handwritten this, but if nothing is broken, then we don't have S, but we have S2, which would be an odd coincidence, but without looking at the document, I don't think we have S. We have S2, unless that's an error. S means S1. Okay, so we don't have that. We don't have it. There's yet another marker we don't have. So we're going to have it. So there's no error. by the way, part of the benefit of using the tool is you're less likely to make those kinds of errors. So it's not an error, just a bit of a coincidence. We need to make a note that we should come back to Miss Murphy when we find S. Wow, we've got 1, 2, 3, 4 places to come back to. So we are missing some important entries. Let's take a look at this now and see if anything jumps out to us here. She's got 2 twins. She moved to New York City to study illustration at the New York School of Applied Design. Attended the Art Students League. Well, I mean, it's a little bit of meta information given that it wanted us to have markers we didn't have. But we could try to follow up here about the New York School of Applied Design just for fun. New York School of Applied Design for Women. There is an entry for that. 34345. Let's just see if there's an entry for that. 34345. No. You wouldn't expect there would be. However, what's this? In 1932, she began showing her work frequently at the newly opened Midtown Galleries. Could they be jealous? Is Midtown Galleries in our directory? There's no Midtown Galleries. I thought we were going to be able to find that. No Midtown Galleries. Okay. Well, if we got really truly stuck, we could look up a hint for the mark. Now notice all the markers we're missing, there are hints for them. So we could read hints, but we don't want to read hints yet. We've got other leads to pull on, but we need to take a break first. There is nothing wrong with getting stuck. In fact, that's some of the best moments here when you get stuck and you have to try to figure out where can we go to crack this case open, especially now that we're in overtime. We may have to go double check that Gansevoort address that I couldn't find. Got a couple other leads to pursue, but not many. We'll take a break. I'll see you in 8 minutes. All right, we're back 4 hours into our playthrough of The Rookie, Anna's easiest and shortest case, and we've hit a bit of a roadblock. John says, I also don't know if someone took the wallet just to make it look like a robbery, or if they took the wallet because they wanted to know who had been tailing them. That's an interesting point, too. Well, we're almost out of planned leads. So let me just go back to our log here. It's possible that we've messed up something and forgotten to give ourselves a tag, a marker that we should have, which has caused a chain reaction. If Anna is watching, she could tell us whether, if she's been watching the whole thing, she could tell us whether she thinks we mistakenly didn't give ourselves a marker. But assuming we didn't mess up, Anna says no mess up. Okay. All right, don't give us any clues anymore. I appreciate that answer. Let's think if we've overlooked something. Well, there are a couple more leads I want to pursue, long shots, and then we'll revisit and see if we've missed some important piece of information. I did want to see if we couldn't find, we think we know. Hold on a second. We think Marie is the cat burglar based on how interested she is in architecture and stuff. So we found her address at 17 Downing Street boarding house. I just want to look at that. 7 Downing Street boarding house is where she was. That's not quite what it was called. I just wanted to see if we, in fact, I guess if she's at a boarding house, we can't really talk to her neighbors. Affordable room and board. Yeah, I mean, we visited that place. 75566. I just want to reread that. Or is that the place we weren't allowed to visit because we didn't have the right? Yes, we didn't have marker D, so we didn't get to follow up on that. Huh. That's interesting. We tried to visit her place of residence and we couldn't get in it because we didn't have the right markers for it. All right, let me try. So I did have an idea to go to hardware stores in GV and HY to see if we could catch someone buying that rope or those pliers. Seems a long shot, especially if she's a professional cat burglar. Blueprints. So I don't see hardware stores in the yellow pages. So let's look up. All right, well, that's a real oversight in my directory that it's not even down here. So let's make a note. It makes it much less likely that Anna made use of it, but there should be a place to go to look for hardware store type stuff. Well, this is crazy. Where is hardware stores? How can there not be an entry for hardware stores? Department stores? This is crazy. Has something gone wrong? Where is the hardware stores? What on earth? That is ridiculous. Where are the hardware stores in the directory? Migraine medicine, I like that idea. All right, let's look for drugstores in GV, but I'm very upset that I can't find hardware stores in my directory. That's ridiculous. Let me just look up let me look up, see if I can find a hardware store. I don't understand what's gone wrong that there are no hardware stores in the directory. Did I break it recently, or did I surely hardware and lumber? Hardware and lumber. But what is that under? I don't get it. I mean, that's the whole point of this, that you should be able to find what you're looking for. I don't understand. All right. There's no point getting upset about it, but it is kind of upsetting. Construction architecture, you think it's under 25? Construction architecture. Okay, so that's where hardware stores are. But that's crazy that there's no link to that. All right, well, let's just see if there's any Greenwich Village construction hardware stores that she might go to for rope and stuff. Contractors and repairs. What kind of bullshit is this? There's no hardware store in Greenwich Village. All right, Jesse, take it easy. All right, so that looks like a dead end. All right, Jonathan's idea was drugstores. Okay, she's staying in Greenwich Village. Let's see if there are drugstores or doctors, I guess, if she's getting migraines. But let's try drugstores in Greenwich Village. All right, so Greenwich Village drugstores, we've got 80533. We've got Bigelow Pharmacy 79067. We've got Liggets, which would be a popular one, 85241. McDougal Street Pharmacy 42062. 2042. We've got the Greenwich Village Rexall Drugs 79233. All right, let's check if any of those have entries in our game. See if Jonathan was on the right track with his migraine. No for this one. 79067, no. 85241, no. 42042, no. 79233, no. One of the useful things about playtesting and watching this is you can see places that we're trying to go to if you are writing it, and you might add entries. Marie Smith. What if we, I mean, there's too many Smiths surely to look up, but what if we Mary M. No. Well, we could always take a hint, but well, let's make a card up with our things that we don't know how to pursue. So we don't know what's up with the 49 Gansevoort taxi destination in HY. That's the taxi that our cop goes to. We could try to find that address again and see if maybe something was written down wrong. And there's a whole bunch of markers we don't know how to get. We don't know how to find Mr. Finley. That's a weird situation. Is there something we've missed? What have we missed? We don't know what the dog alerted to. Hmm. WGDS are the markers we're missing. Hold on a minute. Oh no, FGDS are the markers we're missing. I'm going to reread the entries that were blocked for us. So we couldn't go to Downing Street where Marie lives because it wanted us to have a marker. And we couldn't go to this taxi. 2757 52757. If you have marker F, if you have marker H. We didn't have F, but we had H. 35477. So we're missing some information to follow up on the taxi ride. We're missing some information to follow up on one of the bars when we're looking for Mr. Finley. We're missing some information to follow up on where Marie lives. And we're missing some information to follow up on Micah Murphy. Let me just look up Micah Murphy again. The Art Students League. No surprise there. Midtown Galleries, it sounded like we should be able to go there, but we can't. Check if the biennial took place someplace in Manhattan. I'm confused by your request, but let's go read the curator entry again. And maybe while I'm doing that, you can try to explain a little bit what you're thinking about. And then maybe we'll take a hint. 47849. All right, here's our scene of the crime. She's upset. They've been robbed. I'll fire him immediately. Her name is Samantha Doyle. Paintings and sculptures. She says 17 canvases, village artists. She tells us about the guards. There's a brochure. Okay, she says at the Biennale. This, she says, I don't really understand the language here. We say the paintings were supposed to be the highlight of an exhibition. They caused quite a stir at the Biennale last month, or at least one of them did. The second Biennale exhibition of contemporary American art, which we hosted last December. That's not a place to go. We're already at that museum. So there's no place for us to go to learn about that. Then we talk to these people. We get the brochure. We're told about the fire escape. We're told about the strands of black rope. All right, let's go reread about our informant at the Julius Bar. Let's see if that was 52095. Julius's Bar 64230. Maybe we overlooked something there with Earless Jimmy. He gives us a whole bunch of information. I told him about the collector. Okay. He says there's a short guy, calls himself Mr. Finley. Short, round, bald, Mr. Finley. He's talking here and there, talking about the collector. This guy paid good work for jobs. Now he's working with Finley. Finley had the village with him. Was it an article about the new exhibition? I don't know. Any chance he wanted a cat burglar? Don't know, but some other bloke was asking around for a cat burglar. And did he find one? I don't know. Hmm. I mean, I searched Greenwich Village bars. I searched Hudson Yard bars, but I didn't search Chelsea bars. Guys running towards Chelsea. I don't even know if that has anything to do with the cat burglar, though. Let me look up Finley again and see if I've made some mistake looking up Finley. No Finley. Let's reread the entry for the hospital 42062. He's unconscious. Dr. Oliver talks to us. We meet Miss Marie Smith. Simon asked me to marry him. Supposed to meet for breakfast. Called the nearby hospital. Couldn't give information. She said she was the fiancée. Tell me about last night. She says, I went to the French restaurant, which we went to. We confirmed they took taxis. She had a headache, which is exactly what she's got. Says we'll have breakfast. We went to the breakfast place. They confirmed she's a regular. She goes home. The regular confirmed she went there. She arrived for breakfast and then she left. A recording house, all the hospitals. We ask her about the Whitney Museum. She gets nervous. We say, where do you live? She says, Downing Street. Big Apple Architects. We went there and visited there. He said that she's a great secretary and very suspicious. Marker H. Can we check if there's another block across from the fire escape with a potential lead? It did seem like she didn't stay at the breakfast place that long. No idea how to follow up on that. We checked all the fire escape leads, I think. I think I checked every place on that block across the way. It's odd. We could get hints, but it's sort of a weird situation where we don't even know what those markers are about. Let's see if we can't make sense of that 49 Gansevoort again. Takes a taxi to 49 Gansevoort, which we can't find what that would be. Museum's at 99. Like, who is he meeting? Hudson Yards Taxi Cab. We did talk to them, right? 42766. Let me just make sure. 42766. What's going on here? I guess we didn't, because we've now got another place. Hudson Taxi Cabs. I guess we didn't check them out, but they want marker T1, which we don't have. 42766. We need to come back with T1, yet another marker that we don't have. God, that's weird. It's shocking how many places we've tried to go that it's not even letting us go to. I guess this is my first time that I've got a constructive criticism here. Like, it's kind of disorienting to not be able to talk to anyone without a marker. It feels like we should be able to at least go in there and talk to them, but not be able to ask about something without a marker. But it's just weird that we can't talk to them. Okay, so Anna has got a suggestion here. She says, you wanted to speak to Micah Murphy. You didn't have marker S. Try the hint for that. Okay, let's do that in a second. First, let me just... reread the entry for Party and Sons, because they are so close to where he got off his cab. I'm just looking for that 49 Gansevoort where he took his cab to. All right, let me read the Party and Sons dry cleaners entry again. 14270. Then we'll look at the hint that Anna is suggesting. No one will come. He's concerned about the dry cleaning business. He says, I'm closed on Sunday. I arrived. I found blood in front of the store. I cleaned it up. He's tampered with evidence. We spot the restaurant. Okay, that's it. That's nothing for us here. All right, let's take a hint. I hate to do it, but I think we need to. Anna is suggesting we tried to look at the hint for Micah Murphy. Okay, so we tried to visit Micah Murphy. We didn't let us do it because we didn't have S. So we're going to look at the hint for marker S, which is page 76. So we don't even know what it is, but here's what it says. Tick 2 demerit boxes. Did you go to the school Smirnoff mentioned? Okay, so I'm going to click 2 demerits. All right, so this is one of the very few leads in this book that we didn't try to visit. We tried to go to Micah Murphy's school. But Smirnoff was teaching at the New York School of Music and Arts. And I guess we didn't go visit there. New York School of Music and Arts. So I forgot what he said when we talked to him, but it didn't seem very important. All right, New York School of Music and Art. New York School of Music and Arts is off Central Park. 87782. All right. 7782. Okay. If you have marker S2, which we do, finally it's asking for a marker we actually have, then we can go to 21154. New York School of Music and Arts. You hoof it to Central Park to find the New York School of Music and Arts. You have to wait for half an hour because the principal is apparently performing at a concert. Great. Detective Lucas, I'm sorry you had to wait. How can I help you? He's a jovial little man. You consider giving him the third degree, but in the end you just say, I just wanted to ask you about Mr. Smirnoff's painting you wanted to purchase for the school, Mr. Sores. Oh, now I remember why we didn't come here, because it seemed so ridiculous that that the school would have anything to do with this. Oh, sorry about that, he says, and lowers his eyes. Embarrassed. Thank God the Whitney purchased the piece in the end, so I didn't have to tell the board that I made an unauthorized offer for it. Money's tight nowadays, you know. I was just carried away with enthusiasm when I saw one of our teachers succeeding at the biennial. I thought, what a great showpiece the painting would make at the entrance hall. Circle marker S. Okay, so this is our first room for, I think, a little bit of criticism. So I think, Anna, you can correct me if I'm wrong. I think Anna's intention here is that Micah is going to be the interesting one, and she wanted us to go to all the other places first, which is why when you try to visit Micah Murphy, she says, do you have all these others first? But if that's right, then 46369. Yeah, so here's Micah Murphy. It feels like it's trying to check here about that we've gone to all the others first. So, but it doesn't feel like we're actually learning anything here that we need to know. It's more that it wants us to have gone to all those places first. I don't love that, especially since it seems like we were right that we didn't, that school had nothing to do with anything. I'm not sure how to handle that, but I think maybe it should have asked us, like, if we, like, just that we have enough of these. Anna says, I have my reasons. Okay, let's keep playing and we'll deal with it. We'll talk about it at the end. 13228. Okay, well, now we have enough of these so we can go here. 13228. All right, now we can talk to her. And in fact, we get a document. When you step into the studio of Miss Micah Murphy, and it's now 8:30 p. Oh, we're not supposed to keep track of time. Okay, we don't have to keep track of time anymore. And in fact, it seems like we probably need another log sheet. Okay, when you step into the studio of Miss Murphy, a big painting immediately catches your eye. It serves as a centerpiece of the room. Two medieval-looking robed characters are looking at the busy Union Square. Circle document 6. Virgil and Dante at Union Square. Okay, well, it is fun that we've got another document. Let's see what it looks like. Virgil and Dante at Union Square. Look at that. That's a pretty cool painting. Okay. Do you like it? Asks the painter lady. It's kind of the leitmotif of my career. It's called Virgil and Dante at Union Square. You're lost. Virgil and Dante? She saunters over to the canvas and looks at it as if seeing it for the first time. My mother was translating Dante's Divine Comedy when I was a child. She used to talk about Dante's journey through heaven and hell all the time. It always represented to me the depth to life and its many experiences. Dante chose Virgil, the ancient Roman poet, to be his guide through his extraordinary journey. Here, with the two figures standing in front of Union Square, I was trying to add a narrative element to the bustling scene of life in a city of millions. What a load of baloney. You'll interrupt her quickly. Miss Murphy, this really is fascinating, but I'm kind of on the clock here. 4 paintings were stolen last night from the Whitney's new collection, including yours, miss. She starts laughing bitterly. Stolen, really? So that bastard finally got it. But did you say 4 paintings were missing? Yes, Miss Murphy, the 4 village artists' paintings, but what did you mean just now? Do you know who would want to steal the paintings? She gestures for you to take a seat and sits down herself, lights up a cigarette, and starts talking. She didn't even offer you a smoke. What an uppity blue stocking. You take out your own cigarettes. I don't know anything about the other 3, but I have a pretty good idea of who would want to steal my painting, The Nude. Caused quite a scandal at the Biennale because the model of the painting was the wife of Roger Humphreys, big shot attorney. Mabel is one of my friends, and when she heard I was looking for a model, she said she would gladly sit for me herself. I thought it was a brilliant idea, one that my feminist mother would have heartily approved. To be honest, I regret the whole thing now, because when all hell broke loose, it wasn't about the art anymore, but only gossip and scandal. Billy Jones at the Daily News was a big part of that. He wrote about the Humphreys for weeks. The husband was livid, of course, demanded the picture be taken down. When that didn't work, he wanted to buy it. I'd already accepted the museum's offer by then, so I said no to him. Well, how about that? Circle marker K. Okay, we're back on track. We've cracked this case wide open. All right, so we circle K. Now, if you'd like to read more about Dante's famous poem for 2 culture points, document 9. I don't really have time for this, but you're playing a history case from Anna. You can't very well say no. So we're going to circle document 9 and circle, I almost forgot to circle document 6. Okay, document 9, give ourselves 2 culture points. This is the first time we've gotten culture points here in this game. For a case written by Anna, we've had to work surprisingly hard to get culture points. So here is about Dante's Divine Comedy. The Divine Comedy is an Italian narrative poem by Dante Alighieri, completed around 1321, shortly before the author's death, widely considered one of the greatest works of Western literature. Poems representative of the medieval worldview as it existed in the Western Church by the 14th century, helped establish the standardized Italian language, divided into 3 parts: Inferno, Purgatorio, and Paradiso. The work was originally simply titled Commedia. Divina was added by Giovanni Boccaccio, Italian writer, poet, and Renaissance humanist, owing to its subject matter and lofty style. Discusses the state of the soul after death, presents an image of divine justice, describes Dante's travels through hell, purgatory, and heaven. Allegorically, it represents the soul's journey towards God. In the poem The Pilgrim, Dante is accompanied by three guides: Virgil, who represents the human reason; Saint Bernard of Clairvaux, who represents mysticism and devotion to Mary, the mother; and Beatrice, Dante's muse, who represents divine revelation. Virgil was an ancient Roman poet of the Augustan period. He composed three of the most famous poems in Latin literature. Dante said he first met Beatrice when he was 9 and she was 8, and he claimed to have fallen in love with her at first sight, even without even talking to her. Seen Beatrice again frequently, exchanging greetings with her in the streets of Florence, though he never knew her well. Dante's interactions with Beatrice set an example of so-called courtly love, a phenomenon developed in French poetry of prior centuries. Love for her would be his reason for writing poetry and for living. Beatrice died in 1920 when she was only 25. In many of Dante's poems, she is depicted as semi-divine, watching over him constantly and providing spiritual instruction, sometimes harshly. Interesting. All right, so now, however, we got some clues. All right, so we finally got some new clues to work on. What are those clues? She says she has a good idea who would want to take it. We've got Roger Humphreys, who's going to be an attorney, and wife Mabel, who sat for the nude painting, which is of the wife nude. I mean, you could see why the husband might be a little uneasy about it. And then there was lots of gossip, and we're also told who wrote about that gossip. Daily News, Billy Jones. All right, let's follow up on those then. Let's see if we can visit our contact in the Daily News, or if we have to look up Billy Jones. So here's our newspaper contact, Daily News 70584. 70584. I'm going to start this on a new sheet here. 70584 Daily News. All right, I feel like things are starting to click for us now. Billy Jones is a fragile, feminine, soft-spoken guy, a real pansy, not exactly the news hound you pictured, though it is apparent he lives for juicy gossip, especially if it's connected to the village. Turns out he lives there. You only have to mention the Humphreys and he starts spilling. Mrs. Humphreys was the target of society gossip since last fall, and because of her close friendship with the notorious and not to mention quite young Elmer Richardson from the Vanguard nightclub. But one day the boy had a regrettable accident and broke his nose and a few of his ribs. Couldn't work for weeks. Supposedly just fell down some stairs, course, and it was merely a coincidence he kept his distance from Mrs. Humphreys after that. Poor Mabel was quite heartbroken about it, a bit pathetic to fall for a playboy if you ask me, but some would say it's hard to be the bored housewife of a wealthy, successful man. So she decided to shed all her clothes and pose for her friend Miss Murphy. Mabel took a real revenge on her husband with this painting, though. You should have seen Humphreys at the Biennale. He was outraged. The guards had to escort him out because he tried to tear down the painting from the wall himself with his own hands. Jones can't stop laughing after he tells you this story. What a little prick. Circle marker G. All right, so we've got marker G, which is one we've been waiting for. Now we can go back to one of the places that we couldn't go before. Now, marker G. So someone is mentioned here, but it sounds like it's just a backstory. Elmer Richardson from the Vanguard nightclub, but do we need to make a note of that? Do we need to follow up on that? It doesn't seem like it. But this is just a story of how the husband is violent, right? Because the notorious and not quite young. This boy had an argument, broke his nose, few of his ribs. Seems like the husband had him beat up. So I don't think we need to follow up on that, but we'll make a note of it in case we want to. Now, before we visit this item that we couldn't visit before, marker G, I think we should visit the attorney because I'm very curious. Jonathan says, that's what you thought about the art school. We better check it out. I'm not sure what you're referring to, so you can clarify that in a second. Oh, you're saying we better check out this club and Elmer because that's how we missed visiting the school. Okay, fair enough. Let's carve the chicken at the joints though. First, let's talk to this attorney who could be our tough guy, Roger Humphreys. Okay, gotcha. Humphreys Roger lives on Park Avenue. Yeah, he's rich. Carnegie Mansion is where he lives. This is where the rich people live. Let's just take a look at where he lives. 63 CM. Here's Carnegie Mansion, full of rich people, including Daniel Carnegie, the millionaire who built his mansion here. Right there is Carnegie Mansion. And Roger Humphreys. Roger Humphreys is on Park Avenue, 63. That's right on the park. No, not on the park, Park Avenue. Okay, close to the park, though. 63, he lives right there. Okay, but only rich people live in this neighborhood. So let's go visit Humphreys. But be delicate. He's not going to bend. He's not going to buckle to us. 21364. Maybe we can talk to his wife, though. All right, let's see. Oh, good, he's not home. Only Mrs. Humphreys is at home. She's a redhead wearing a black kimono and sunglasses. Curious. She's lazily lounging on a sofa with her slippers off and looks utterly bored. You stare at her legs, visible to the knee. This detective really likes legs. They seem to be arranged to stare at in those silk stockings. She definitely seems like trouble. When you ask her about Micah Murphy's painting, she makes a face and there's a sulky droop to her full lips. Oh, not that again. Her voice is childish and annoying. You notice her face looks a bit red and puffy. Is that why she's wearing those glasses? The painting was stolen last night, Mrs. Humphreys, along with 3 other paintings. She doesn't seem surprised. I suggest you ask my husband about it, Detective. He's in his office. In his office? Oh, at Edgar Tate Patton's. Though you might not be able to get past his gorilla, that bastard Mickey. She almost spits when she mentions Mickey's name. Good luck to you, Detective. Her voice is mocking, and she waves her hands impatiently, making it obvious this interview is over. Circle M. All right, things are starting to speed up for us here. All right, so we've got more information. Roger Humphreys is at Edgar Tate Patents, and he's got a big bodyguard named Mickey. All right, let's go find this guy, Edgar Tate Patents. Could that sounds like the guy that may have beaten up our detective. So we may be coming face to face with the assailant here. Edgar Tate and Company in the Civic Center, 71652. Edgar Tate and Company on Broadway. The attorney's office is in the Civic Center between elegant courthouses and government offices. Horns toot and grunt on Broadway. A big red interurban car rumbles past. A traffic light gongs. It's a really hideous part of Manhattan. You avoid it if you can. Edgar Tate & Co. is obviously one of the most sought-after patent offices in town. You'd bet Mr. Humphreys doesn't have to worry about ending in a pauper's grave. As I said before, Detective, you need an appointment. Mr. Humphreys is a very busy man. The strict-looking secretary looks sideways at the big man in front of the attorney's door. The burly guy has a vacant expression on his face. There's a scar on his cheek under his left eye. You try again. I need to talk to Mr. Humphreys now, not in the next month when he has an opening. But to no avail, the secretary shakes her head. Do you have a warrant, Detective? If not, I'm afraid you'll need an appointment just like everyone else. Suddenly you hear a shout from the office. Sullivan, come in here. The gorilla opens the door and steps in. Before you leave, you notice a trench coat and a black hat on the hat rack. Okay, circle marker A. So we are closing in on this case. All right, now, that's surely Mickey, and now we've learned his last name. Where did I write that down? So it's Mickey Sullivan. That's going to be our assailant. Surely. Let's see if we can visit. So the rich guy doesn't have to see us. That's how it works. When you're like that, rich and powerful, you just say no to the cops. All right, let's see if we can't find Mickey Sullivan in our white pages and go talk to this guy directly. We better bring backup though. Sullivan. Okay, no entry for him. Not the worst thing in the world. He surely seems like our guy. Is this going to be one of these cases where we're never going to be able to talk to our bad guy? That's all right. We've got other ways to pursue this. We've got leads that we can now go to that we couldn't before. We've got the G lead. I guess that's the only one that's now opened up to us. But before we do that, let's go. We went to the Daily News, right? The only one we didn't go to here is the Vanguard nightclub to ask about the previous incident. Maybe this will just be a little more clues about the Mickey. Vanguard nightclub. 62920. 2920. And let me look up Elmer Richardson while I'm here. Elmer Richardson lives in Greenwich Village, apartment 3C. GV 39. 27339. All right, let's go visit these people. We'll do this and then maybe we'll take a break before going back to the place that we can now open up. So at the Vanguard nightclub, remember, we're just looking now for follow-up of someone who got too close to Mabel. Okay, if you have circled marker P, so here's the first case if we've got an if-then, an otherwise. So, and I haven't been, I need to be keeping track of these so we can get our punishment. Okay, so now we're at the Vanguard nightclub, 62920, but we might want to return when we have E. Let me make a note of that. Okay, but we are in the otherwise case. So let's go to 41525. It's a bit early, so the clip joint isn't officially open yet, but there are a few people inside preparing for the night. You ask about Elmer Richardson. He's probably at home sleeping it off, says the bartender. He's having a ring-a-ding-ding, drinking pretty hard last night. That kid burns the candle at both ends, as they say. And where can I find this reckless young man at this time of the day? You slip some berries to the bartender. He lives in an apartment building on West 11th Street. So I think that's the place I already looked up, 27339. Oh, we got a long entry here. When you knock on the door of apartment 3C, there's no answer. You try again. The next door opens instead. A chubby woman peers out from 3D. You need to knock louder than that if you want that kid to wake up. What a waste, that one. Sleeping away his days and going God knows where at night. You knock louder this time. Thank you, ma'am. Who are you anyway? What do you want with Al? The door opens a crack at last. Sleepy eyes peer out. Yeah? I'm Detective Lucas from the NYPD. Can I talk to you, Mr. Richardson? The eyes suddenly bulge out. Playboy tries to shut the door in your face, but you jam your foot into the crack and force the door open again. Please, Mr. Richardson, I just want to talk. He lets you in reluctantly. Why are the police at your door, Elle? The neighbor lady asks accusingly. Mind your own business, Miss Hatsitz. The apartment's very messy. There are clothes haphazardly flung everywhere, bottles on the floor, cigarette butts on the table, and the garbage can is overflowing. A real pigsty. How could someone live in a disgusting place like this? Although you suspect he probably doesn't spend much time here. The gigolo sits down on the sofa, takes out a deck of luckies. He offers you one and you both light up. This boy looks like he's been raised in a rough school. How old could he be? 18, maybe 19? He looks tired, but he's obviously a very good-looking kid. Only his beezer is a bit crooked, because he had his nose broken. I just want to ask you about your accident a couple of months ago, Mr. Richardson. You know, when you supposedly fell down the stairs, as it usually happens with jelly beans of rich men's wives. And by that I mean, it's never the real story, is it, Al? Can I call you Al? Why don't you tell me what really happened? He blows a soft gray smoke ring and pokes his finger through. Comes to pieces in frail wisps. And what if this time it really was what happened? You don't have time for this. Look, boy, I could take you back to the police station and we could continue our conversation there, or you could just answer me right now. He sighs. Okay, I'll tell you what really happened. He lights up another smoke and pours a whiskey for himself. He offers you one as well, but you shake your head. Geez, this kid. He really burns the candle at both ends. I met Mabel at the Vanguard. First, she was just an ordinary customer looking for a bit of fun, as all of these rich wives do. But then, she wanted to see me more often, even outside the club. We went to restaurants, talkies, even for a picnic one time. I thought myself lucky to have such a wealthy patron. You know, detective, who ought to save me from a pauper's grave? He snickers. But then that goon followed me home one night and roughed me up pretty badly in an alley nearby. He told me this was just a warning, and if I continued to see Mrs. Humphreys, he'd come back and I might not survive that. So when Mabel came to the hospital, I gave her the gate. Told her it was over, I don't want to see her again. Can you describe the thug who beat you up? I don't know, it was dark. I couldn't see much after the first punch. But he was a big burly fellow. I caught a glimpse of a scar on his face before I blacked out. And it's a circle marker B. Okay, so that's our Mickey Sullivan. We're circling marker P, which was the place that asked us if we had it at the Vanguard. I'm sort of curious if I go back to the Vanguard now. 53027. I just want to see what this says. All right, so if we come here after we've talked to him, it says it's not open. I don't quite understand that, but okay. All right, so we've got our tough guy who's beating up people, and we've got our rich guy who wants those paintings stolen. So it looks like we probably have a piece of the puzzle. And now we can go to a place that we couldn't go to before. Which is the bar, one of our bars where we think someone was looking for a cat burglar. What's the name of our attorney? Roger Humphreys. All right, well, it's time for a break. We've been playing for 5 hours. It looks like we've got a little bit more to go. I'll see you in 8 minutes. 4:16 a.m. We've been playing for 5 hours and 20 minutes. We still have a bit to go, but we are in the home stretch, it feels, and we have gotten past our bottleneck at least. We think we have the guy who attacked our rookie, and we may have the guy who funded the theft. But there are still pieces missing from the puzzle. However, now that we've got G, we can return to the bar where we were trying to find out about Finley and the hunt for the cat, to hire a cat burglar. So we're going to return to 82751. Okay, 82751. If we have J and G, which we now have, J and G. So 19509. You ask around about this Mr. Finley character or another potential client wanting to hire a cat burglar. Suppose I heard something. What's in it for me? Slurs a dirty bum whose hair is hanging in knots into his eyes. Although he seems stewed to the hat, you slide a banknote to him. You really have faith in people. So what was it you heard? The booze hound orders a whiskey for himself. There was a man here last week meeting a pretty lady. I happened to hear him gabbing about some racket and needing a cabaret. Anything else? You order him another whiskey. Now we're talking about patents and some exhibition. He gulps down his drink in one go. What did they look like, this man and lady? He blinks at you expectantly, so you order him a last round. Was a big fella, a scar on his cheek, wore a trench coat on a black hat. A black cat? No, a black hat. Oh, we say a black cat? No, black hat. Okay, you're getting somewhere. You slide the drink to him. The lady was pretty little thing and slender, wore a turtleneck and pants. Pants? Should have worn a pretty skirt, a pretty little lady like her, I thought. Oh, pants, obviously. Suppose she was pretty. Maybe not. Had a black cap on, so I couldn't see her face, but her hair was blowing. Wow, quite a witness for a blind drunk tramp. Looks like your faith is paid off. Circle marker D. Now we know our girl, oh, now we've got D. We know our girl is blonde. What are we told about, what is this last line here? Had a black cap on. Black cap. So I couldn't see her face. Is this this is like some veil or something. Had a black cap on. I couldn't see her face, but her hair was blonde. I think he's saying is her hair is blonde. Anna says black cap. Anna, you can't be helping us. Anna cannot be helping us. But yeah, I think her hair is blonde. That's our cat burglar woman, and that's Marie, the girlfriend of the rookie. All right, now that we've circled D, I think this is what's letting us now go visit. Yeah, this is what lets us visit Marie Downing's place. Okay, now we're going to confront the girlfriend about, or at least now we've connected the girlfriend with the cat burglar officially. 75566. Okay, it's all the noose is tightening around these people. All right, if you've circled, this is Marie's boarding house. We finally circled marker D, so now we can follow up on this. 75566, which takes us to 71617. All right, here we go. Marie's boarding house. I can't wait to toss this room. A middle-aged lady runs this boarding house, looks very rigid and slightly less attractive than a mangy stray cat. She doesn't approve of the police asking around in her establishment, that's obvious. That girl, I knew she would bring shame to this house one day, coming home in the wee hours of the morning. I'd say, but when I demanded an explanation and reminded her that's not how a well-bred young lady behaves, she swore to me it was just insomnia, so she needed to take walks in the park, late at night, mind you. I told her it's not safe or proper for a young woman to be out there at night. She said she can take care of herself. I really didn't like that detective, but she only rented the room until the end of January, so I thought, well, she'll be gone in a few weeks and I don't need to kick her out. What a hag. Oh, that's us. What a hag. Was she out last night as well? Yes, detective, although she came home in a cab before 10 p.m. and said she had a terrible migraine. What? I think she went out again a few hours later, around 2 a.m. maybe. I'm a very light sleeper, you know, so I always wake up at the slightest noises. I think she only came back around 4 a.m., though I didn't see her. I woke up again around that time. She must have snuck back in then. So you really didn't see her at 2 or 4? Maybe she didn't go out at all after 10 o'clock. Yeah, if that's what you want to believe, detective. She looks at you with pity in her eyes, like you would have looked at the kid if you'd have thought he was being a gullible, lovesick little puppy, thinking a beautiful young woman could only be decent and honest. She looks at you with pity in her eyes, like you would have looked at the kid if you'd have thought he was being a gullible, lovesick little puppy, thinking a beautiful young woman could only be decent and honest. I don't know about that paragraph. You have to pull yourself together and get Marie's sparkling eyes out of your head. I need to see Mrs. Smith's room now. You try to sound official. The ugly broad sticks her nose in the air triumphantly and leads you to the upper floor. She opens the door with her keys and looks at you mockingly. You'd bet dollars to donuts she's already searched the room, the nosy old broad. What she might have found, you better take a look. The walls of Marie's room are covered in blueprints, pictures of buildings, drawings of floor plans, including the Whitneys. There's a pile of blueprint tubes on the dresser. You look into the cupboard. Next to the red, pink, and yellow girly outfits, there are black turtlenecks and pants. There's a backpack at the bottom of the cupboard. You look inside it. You find pliers, a pair of black gloves, a black hat, and a coiled black rope. It's a bit damaged here and there. All right, well, we've got the evidence against our cat burglar, unfortunately. There can be no doubt. It's saying the lady was looking at you like you would look at the rookie if he was being naive. I got that part. The only part I didn't, that was a little off, was this last sentence. Thinking a beautiful young woman could only be decent and honest. That's a little odd. Thinking a beautiful woman could only be decent and honest. That sounds like it should say something like thinking his girlfriend was decent and honest, or thinking something like that. Okay, so we've got our marker F, which unlocks another location for us. All of the dominoes are falling now. So now we can follow up on our taxi now that we have F. 35477. All of the dominoes are falling. 527. So here we are here, and we've now gotten F. So we can now go to 6. 8353. Okay, so we're back at the taxi company at Greenwich Village. There were a few rides around 2 a.m. Now that we know she was out of her house around 2, we're going back to the taxi cab, asking them about 2 a.m. rides. He says there were a few rides around 2 a.m. last night from near the boarding house. 156 from 19 Jones Street to 570 10th Avenue, and 205 from 61 Carmine to 421 East 12th. Okay, let's write these down. Oh, there's more. This is like a little Sherlock Holmes catalog. 2:08 a.m. from 180 Houston, 2:12 from 1 Leroy Street, 2:15 93 and a few rides back. Okay, and circle marker T1, which was yet another domino we were waiting to fall. So yeah, all those dominoes were all locked in on that one Micah. Okay, so we've got a whole bunch of rides reminiscent of Sherlock Holmes Consulting Detective. So it makes sense that, well, does it make sense? Because we're told, yes, that's right. Our guy is attacked at 11. The guard says, the night guard says he did his midnight rounds. Everything was fine. And then he was supposed to do a 2 a.m. round and he fell asleep till morning. So the cat burglar struck sometime way after our detective was attacked. So 2 a.m., 3 a.m. actually is a reasonable time for our girl to have struck. So what are we looking for? We're looking for proof that she came back from the Whitney to her home, and we're looking that she went to the Whitney from her home. So let's get out our Hudson Yards Greenwich Village and see if one of these is the proof we need. I mean, we're already convinced she is the cat burglar, but I guess we'd like some proof in court that she was in this cab, and then we could even get the cabbie to identify her once we figure out what ride she's in. Okay, so she's at the Downing Street, 17 Downing Street is her, let's get the blocks for where she lives. Well, this is a little bit of shoe leather here. So 17 Downing Street, that's the boarding houses. Where her boarding house is. 17 Downing is in GV 105. All right, so let's just GV 105. This is where she's starting. And then we know that the Whitney is in HY 13. So we want to find a trip going from GV 105 to HY 13 and back. So we've got a list of 5 rides near that might be her. So 19 Jones Street to 570 10th Avenue. Let's see where that is. GV 105. So there's her boarding house here. Okay, there's her boarding house here. Greenwich Village 105. Someone took 19 Jones Street. I guess this is the way to do it logically. We know these rides are all near the boarding house, so we don't have to check the from, but we should check where they're going to. 570 10th Avenue. Is that anywhere near our Hudson Yards? Well, 10th Avenue is up here somewhere. So that could work. Let's get out our street guide, actually. So we're not going to check any of the sources on this list. We're taking the cab driver's word for it that these are starting out near the boarding house. So we just look at the destinations. 570 10th Avenue. So let's see. If we look up 10th Avenue, the 570 is in Hell's Kitchen. So that's actually Hell's Kitchen is way further uptown on 10th Avenue. So that's not going to be our, this one is not her. Okay, how about 421 East 12th Street? Let's take a look at where 12th Street would be. 12th Street, 421 East 12th Street. 421 is in the East Village. That's not our destination either. Okay, 444 West 13th Street. That's in Hudson Yard. So that's a good candidate for us. 444 West 13th. That's a candidate. What about 49 Stanton? That doesn't sound right. Stanton is in the Bowery, East Village, and the Lower East Side. So that's not our destination. And 81 Walker Street, that also sounds south of Manhattan, probably not us. Walker, Lower West Side and Little Italy. So the only candidate for us is 444 West 13th Street. So that's probably going to be our target location. There's West 13th Street, 444. Let's just confirm that it's here rather than down here. But really, this is all of 13th Street. So no matter where, it's right near our place. So that's going to be her cab ride that she took at 2:08 a.m. Now let's see her coming back home. 2:08, she gets there, she robs it, then she has to ride back. So we're looking for some place. Okay, Union Square, that's 14th Street. Washington Street, that's 27th, that's way too high. But what about River Place? Is River Place what we're looking for? River Place is in Hell's Kitchen. That's not quite right. Certainly 27th Street. What about 667 Washington? 667 Washington is from Hudson Yards. So this is probably her trip back at 3:46 a.m. Where is she getting on? Where is Washington Street? Washington Street is here. Okay, so yeah, look, that's Washington Street, right? Crossing right through here. In fact, probably if we check, well, let's go ahead and check. 667 Washington Street. Let's use our reverse directory to see that that's right. So what are we looking for? We're looking for Hudson Yards 13. And we want to see if 667 Washington is near there. So 13-9, 17-10. 803 Washington Street is on the 10th block. And on the 9th block, I don't see any Washingtons, but 803, that's pretty close. How about 13th, 17th? Here's 800 Washington is in 17th. So somewhere in the next block or two is the 670 Washington. So we've definitely got her. Getting on a taxi in one of these blocks very nearby. 21, 24. $800 Washington. I'd love to just nail it down here. 755 Washington is in 25 block. So it looks like she probably must have walked down a bit and then caught a cab somewhere down on Washington, probably somewhere around here. Six, 711 Washington, 691 Washington, 699 Washington. So here she is, very near the 39 block. So she walked down a few blocks and then took a cab somewhere here. All right, so I think this feels very, it's not definitive proof, but now we know exactly which cab rides. Do we need to mark it down in case we have to go to court with this? So that's her. This is her departure, 208. And then her return is going to be this one here at 346. So if we're asked exactly which cab she took, here they are, the 208 and then the 346 a.m. back. All right. Good work, Jesse, says the chat. Thank you, and thank you for putting up with me spending the time on that. If I didn't care about this case, I wouldn't have done that, but because this is so beautifully done, I wanted to chase down those records and really confirm it. I think it would be great if the questions asked us to prove what cab ride she took. But okay, let's put this aside for now. So we just unlocked, I guess, T. So now we can follow up with the, oh, and we got D as well. So that's our two remaining blocked leads we can now go to. I forgot which one we got in which order, but let's go to, oh, I think that's the one we just did. We just went to her room and searched it. And now we can go to 42766 that we couldn't do before. Okay, so this is the Hudson Yards taxi cab. Oh, I guess maybe we're going to see the other side of this. 20995. You find out there was a ride at 3:10 a.m. last night from 8 Little West 12th to 155 Charles. Okay, well, this could be... Well, this one is even closer to the Whitney Museum. To 155 Charles, huh? Is that... Let me look up 155 Charles Street, see if that's near her home. Charles Street, 155. No, that's Civic Center. Unless that's where our attorney works. Because this is about when she finishes, when she gets in the cab, right? Except she gets in her cab to Greenwich Village, but has the partner... Is this the bad guy who's met up with her? 155 Charles Street. Like, this is a cab minutes after she gets in her cab. 155 Charles Street. In the Civic Center. Which is where our guy, Roger Humphreys, has his office. Let's look that up again. Edgar Tate is on 245 Broadway. CC 47. So, I mean, that's pretty late at night to be taking a taxi cab. It's a pretty big coincidence that someone else is getting in a cab. CC 47, where Edgar Tate is. I don't know why don't we have a street address for Edgar Tate? That seems like a bug. Okay, now what I'm curious about, though, is 155 Charles Street. Is that nearby? It's not directly here. Let's look up on our map. Civic Center. DC 47. So the attorney's office is here. That's where Edgar Tate is. Now, where's Charles Street? Church, West Broadway. Warren, Murray, Park Place, Vesey, Cortland, Center Street, Chambers, Duane Reed, Pearl Baxter. Why am I not seeing Charles Street? Did I misunderstand? The street guide says Charles Street is in Greenwich Village. Oh, I don't know why I looked it up wrong. Charles Street is actually Greenwich Village and Hudson Yard. 155 Charles Street. is actually in Hudson Yards. What did I misunderstand then? Little West 12th to 155 Charles Street. So the point is, why are we doing this? The point is, someone seems to have gotten in a cab right near the museum, right at the time she would have finished her robbery. She takes a cab home, but someone else gets in a cab at about the same time. And they're going to 155 Charles. "155 Charles" is still in Hudson Yards. So it's either a red herring or someone lives at 155 Charles in Hudson Yards. Where is Charles Street, 155? Let's take a look at this. Where would they have gone to? Unless that's a mistake, and it should be, they're telling us the cross street of West 12th and Charles, but I don't see it. Where is Charles Street? Okay, here's Charles Street. So someone just got in a cab from here to here. So it's either a red herring or our person of interest lives on Charles Street. Let's just look up and see if we can't find Charles Street, 155 Charles Street in Hudson Yard, just to see if anything jumps out at us. I mean, we are looking for our tough guy that we don't know where he lives. It may be pointless here, but Hudson Yard from West 12th down to Charles Street. So we're looking for blocks 41, 45, 42, 39. Let's see what we've got. 129 Charles, 139 Charles, 118 Charles, 157 Charles, 155 Charles. Rojek and Brothers Lodgings. Rojek and Brothers Lodgings are at 155 Charles, a boarding house. Are we going to find Mickey there? How amazing would that be? Let's check it out. Eight oh seven 80741. What are the odds that we're going to catch Mickey there? There's no entry for it. Okay. That's too bad. I just want to make sure I got it right. I've sort of lost my place here. I suppose I could just look it up in boarding houses. So I assume there's no entry for it, but it's too good not to really make sure I'm not making a mistake here. So we're looking, I lost it in the reverse directory, so I'm just looking it up here again. HY, we're looking for Hudson Yards, Sporting, Hostel on Hudson, no. Here it is, Rojic and Brother, 80741, 80741, 155 Charles Street. All right, well, I looked it up. There's no entry for it. That's a shame. It seems like that was the right. Anna is trying to give us a hint. You should notice a place you visited nearby. I'm not sure we are going to be able to do that. I think that might be asking a little too much from us. Does anyone remember a place we visited near here? Near Charles Street. I don't remember. All right, well, we don't know. Anna has got something more devious planned for us, but I don't know any good way for us to do that. It feels like 155 Charles Street is a boarding house. That should be where we're looking for, but apparently not. Anna says, I could tell you. I think you may have to tell us if it's important, because I don't think there's any way for us to remember what we visited near there. And I think other than that, it seems like we're done here. We could look at the reverse directory again. Yes, okay, we could look up the reverse directory again. Charles Street is Hudson Yards. All right, let's see if we can find it ourselves. Big Apple Architects. Oh, it's the architect's place. So let's see. If we had looked up Hudson Yards 4746. 47, no, that's not what, 45, 42, 41. So that was our place, 155 Charles. And then if we had kept looking around here, would we have stumbled on Big Apple Architect? There it is, 45 Big Apple Architects. Okay, so if we had kept looking around the reverse directory for Charles Street here, I suppose we might have found Big Apple. Maybe if you want to be nice in the case, you could have us go to the lodgings, not find anyone of interest, and remember that the Big Apple, or have the entry say we remember, or across the street is Big Apple Architects. Okay, so it's a little weird though. I wonder if we can see the cab going from the Whitney to her home, but maybe she went here and then takes a cab home or drops it off here. I'm not sure how much it adds. All right, so I think we're ready for the questions. Are we ready for the questions, you think? Do we think Mr. Finley is the attorney? Humphreys. So there's no, I mean, there's a whole bunch of documents we haven't opened yet. That's a little shocking. 3 documents we haven't opened. There's 3 documents we haven't opened yet. There's only one thing you didn't follow up, says Anna. Did we follow up this one? Let me see if we forgot to follow up this one. 629, I think we did. 62920. Let me just take a look at that. The nightclub. Yeah, we did that one. I think we've been to all the places we know about. All the places we told ourselves to come back to. 3766. So there must have been something we overlooked, according to Anna. Well, Anna, should we go to the questions? All right, it sounds like there's something we should have followed up. The Chapmans told you the corner where the attacker vanished. Yes, they did. I remember that well. They told us that he disappeared when he turned left on Hudson from the dry cleaner, headed towards Chelsea. And then we just left it there because we looked at Chelsea. We saw there was no subway or anything for them to be going into. I suppose if we wanted to, we could look at this corner here. Hudson Yards 6 and 7. I'm not sure what we would do there, but that's 3. Hudson Yards 6 and 7 is woodwork, antique shop, newspaper stand, pawnbroker. But this is someone fleeing after an attack. So, yeah. 4-3. Meat market, shipping, ballroom, bank. Lanes for women's. Yeah, okay. So, we're at 11, but he made a left. All right, well, they tell us that they saw him make a left on Hudson Street and disappear, and we're told by other person that he headed towards Chelsea, so we knew he went up this way. 6, 7, and 3, those are blocks he would have passed, but I don't see anything jumping out to me here. There's 6, there's 7. I mean, maybe you're trying to suggest that we should... There's a restaurant, a construction zone, an antique shop. 5 Little West 12th. Is that where we just heard that someone got a cab? Just ask around. I see. That's a little bit of a tough thing. All right, we can talk about that as a game mechanic, but it's not out of the question. He disappeared on this corner, so maybe we ask at this corner, although this corner and this corner and this corner and this corner would all be good candidates. But okay, so if we ask around, what place would be open at 11 p.m.? maybe the restaurant 13764. All right, Anna has given us a little bit of hints around here. 13764, no entry. How about the construction site 42118? Yes, there is an entry for that. At 11 p.m. Maybe we're going to search it. Or 2118. Creative woodwork. If you have circled marker E, which we have circled, 34103. So we've heard about where he ran off to, and now we've just found that corner. You arrive at the corner where the attacker vanished from sight. There's a little shop here. You step closer and see a woman pretty as paint, inside arranging flowers. Her dress is quite tight. You tip your hat to the dame. Good morning, ma'am. I'm Detective Lucas. I don't know if you've heard, someone was attacked last night not far from here on Gansevoort Street. The witness saw the offender flee this way. Did you see something out of the ordinary this morning, perhaps? You know it's a long shot, but you have to ask. But surprisingly, she nods her head. As a matter of fact, Detective, I found this wallet at the door when I arrived early this morning. I thought one of our customers might have lost it yesterday, but maybe it belonged to the attacker. Here. What luck. Thank you, ma'am. You look at the wallet, which seems familiar. It must be the kid's. You open it. Some cash is still inside. You also find a photograph of a beautiful ash blonde babe. If you've circled H, which we have, go to 61304. 61304. Okay. You know it's her. It's Marie. Oh, we're going to get a look at Marie. Okay, so it says circle document 7. This is a photo in his wallet of Marie. This is kind of exciting, huh? And then circle marker Y. Okay, here is Marie. Whoa, look at that. That is the photo in his wallet of Marie. How do you like that? How's that for a femme fatale? There's our cat burglar right there. If I had seen this picture of her earlier in the game, I would have known she's bad news. Well, she's not really bad news. She's not a murderer. She's just a cat burglar. That's pretty... I gotta stop looking at it. That's dangerous. That's a dangerous woman right there. Poor kid, he never stood a chance. All right. I believe we are ready to go to questions now. Is anyone still awake and here after 6 hours at 5 a.m.? All right, here we go. Questions. Read the questions only if you're ready to finish your day. Let me look at the table of contents again. Questions 57. Okay, here we go. So we're ready to finish the day. We have to make sure we have the markers. We have A, we have C, we have D, we have E, F, K, M, N, P, Q, T2, and X. I feel like we were told to circle T2 and I didn't. I'm pretty sure. But thankfully, there's a easy solution if we have a hint for it. Let's see. Did you go to the taxi cab company? Maybe our thief took a cab from the museum. 20995. So yes, we did go there on page 14. And I just forgot to circle T2 when we did. That's perfect. The hints have saved us just like they're meant to do. Perfect. And Anna's use of this is great because if we had jumped and thought we knew enough to answer the questions, and we came here and we found we were missing stuff, then we would go back and keep working. So you can't ruin the case. This was the whole point of New York Noir's required marker system. The game will require us to see the important stuff before we end it. Okay. You have to deduct 2 points for every lead. Okay, so we're going to pay a big penalty for our leads. All right, here we go. You walk into the police station at the end of the day. It's a very long day, and the rain didn't help either. You're exhausted, but you still want to go back to the hospital to see if Brooke has regained consciousness. First things first, you knock on the door of the chief's office. He awaits your report. Well, Lucas, did you find out who attacked Brooke and why? Is he still in danger? Give detailed explanations for every question, including names, times, locations, motive, means, and opportunity, every piece of evidence you found, and every theory you reconstructed during the game. And then read the answers. Okay, so I guess the next page is answers. So we have to answer this. Okay, so we think the person who attacked Brooke is Mickey Sullivan. And the reason why is because he was on the trail, or he was going to see the robbery of at the Whitney Museum, hired by Roger Humphreys. The cat burglar was hired by Roger Humphreys, and Mickey Sullivan is the brute guerrilla bodyguard of Roger Humphreys, who's been hired to beat up Brooke. Not because of Mabel, right? Just because he's organized this robbery. Any disagreement with that? Anyone else? If Jonathan Warner is still awake, I'm not sure. YouTube says 12 concurrent viewers. So there should be some people here. Does anyone have any disagreement there? Jonathan says it sounds good. So what's our evidence? I suppose our evidence is that the trench coat and the hat match the description of Mickey Sullivan. The only odd thing is actually, yeah, and he stole the wallet, but he wasn't really robbing him, so he just threw it away. Made it look like a robbery, threw it away. Any other evidence we have that it's Mickey Sullivan? We know he's got a scar. No one saw him with the scar, though. We don't know why the dog barked at him, but presumably just because he's a scary-looking guy. All right, let's... I'm not sure how the guy got onto him, though. Anyone want to object before we flip this page? Not sure how this guy was tailing him. Maybe our cat burglar tipped him off and said, our guy is about to follow me. Did Mabel phone him? But why is Mabel involved? Why would Mabel be involved in this? Meant Marie. Yeah, Marie may have phoned him, although they split up. But yeah, maybe Marie is on her way to rob the place. But no, the attack and the robbery doesn't happen for many hours. Marie is at home until 2 a.m. So actually, Marie couldn't have done it. But I think maybe what's happened is that Brooks is following up on the leads of who is the collector and who's hiring a cat burglar. And so maybe Brooks has followed someone and figured out that they're going to rob it and was staking out the place. All right, here we go. Let's see. Mickey Sullivan, right-hand man of Roger Humphreys. It wasn't a robbery. Of course, Brooks's wallet was only stolen for show. Mickey wanted to know who was the kid staking out at the Whitney Museum on the night of the robbery. He threw the wallet away at the corner. Okay, there were 4 paintings stolen. Sullivan was there. So we got all that right so far. Sullivan was there to make sure everything goes according to plan. His boss will get the painting. The painting depicting Humphrey's wife naked. It caused quite a scandal when it appeared in the Biennale last December. Enraged husband tried to remove the picture first. Didn't work. He wanted to buy it. Micah Murphy had already sold it. Humphreys didn't want the picture on display. Sent his man to hire a cat burglar to steal it for him. Brooks got a tip from Jimmy that led him to the museum after his date, and he was unfortunate enough to cross the path of Humphrey's gorilla. I don't think anyone would try to attack him again. Yes, so we got all that right. So if we're keeping track, we didn't specifically answer, was he still in danger, but we would have said no. So it looks like we got the full points from my standpoint. 20 and 30 is 50. Part 1, 50 out of 50 points. Question 2 on the next page. The chief wants to know about the museum robbery as well. What about the stolen pictures? Who stole them and where are they now? Okay, so we know it was Marie Smith, the girlfriend, the fiancée of Brooke. And where are they now? Now we think they're at the Big Apple Architect, which I guess she took 2 cabs, one from the Whitney to the Big Apple, and then from the Big Apple to her home. Okay, Jonathan agrees. Let's see. Sullivan hired a professional cat burglar, Marie Smith. Where did he hire her? At the Cafe Dante. It didn't really ask that, but I guess we knew that too. I don't know if he was the one who asked for all 4, or if it was the woman's idea to steal more than one painting. It doesn't really matter. She works at an architect firm where she can easily access blueprints of the buildings she plans to rob. Last night, after 2 a.m., she accessed the museum's roof by fire escape, cut the lock with pliers, lowered herself in, cut the paintings, rolled them up, put them in blueprint tubes she carried in her backpack, and went back the way she came. She was supposed to meet Mickey after that, but the gorilla ran away after he found out he had knocked down a cop. So Marie had to improvise. She didn't want to take the pictures home. She took a cab instead, went to the architect firm. She hid the blueprint tubes among the others on the filing cabinet, took another cab, and arrived home around 4 a.m. That means the paintings are in the blueprint tubes at the offices of Big Apple Architects. If we could give them back to the museum as soon as possible, the opening won't be delayed. Okay, so we got full points. And I think this is another 50 points. So here's a good example of where I was a little sloppy, though. So when I checked the cabs coming back, you'll remember how I described her cab coming back. This is where a little bit sloppy, right? I said, okay, she got the cab that dropped her off right near here. And then I said, well, what cab did she take back home? And I was like, I found the cab and it was leaving from like here. And I said, okay, she walked down a few blocks before getting in the cab. But now we know that's not quite how it happened. In fact, she got in a Hudson Yard cab, took it down here to Big Apple Architects, and then from there took the cab home. So probably when we saw her walking down 6 blocks or so before she got in the cab, that should have sent a little bit of an alert. Like, why did she walk all 6 blocks before she got in a cab home? Now we know It's actually 2 caps. So actually, that was quite well done by Anna. Just a little bit of sloppy detective work from my part. We did, thanks to Anna's help about the Big Apple, we did get this right, though. All right, question. Maybe we shouldn't give ourselves 50 points. Maybe we should give ourselves 40 points. Okay, here we go. The chief only has one question left. Did you arrest Brooks' attacker and the burglar? What do you say to him? Yes, Chief, I've arrested both of them, or I've arrested his attacker. I couldn't find the burglar yet. This is if we want to let Marie go because we want Brooks to be able to marry her. Is she just leading him on? Okay. 2 different epilogues. Don't forget, you can go to the movies as a late night lead before you calculate your final score. It'll give you bonus points. So all right, well, let's decide what to do here. What do you want to do? Do you want to arrest Marie, the cat burglar, or let her go? Let me just remind you, this is who you're talking about here. Jonathan says arrest both. Yeah, we can't be having this cop date this woman. That can't work. Right? I mean, it can't work. It's not like she was pressured into this. This is her profession. She's a professional cat burglar. She took more paintings than she needed to. If we don't arrest her, our rookie friend is going to be caught up in her web, this little spider, and her web for all of the future. Best to just rip the Band-Aid right off. Maybe he'll get out of the hospital and he'll forget all about her. So we're going to arrest both of them, A. Okay, so before we calculate our final score, let's go to this late night lead. The late night lead is described to us somewhere. Where were we told about the late night lead? Here in the intro. At the local playhouse in Greenwich Village, where we are. So, what are we looking up? I think we're looking up theaters here. Theaters and playhouses in Greenwich Village. The American Theater Wing. 73776. Or the Barrow Street Theater, 11625. Or the Belasco Theater, 54982. Or the Cherry Lane Theater, 39279. Or the Fat Black Pussycat, 76290. It's a little odd that there's so many places where there could be something to go see. Playhouse on Washington Square, 28203. The Provincetown Playhouse, 34527. Why are there so many choices here? Sullivan Street Playhouse, 80017. So are any of these where we're supposed to go? Or are we seeing a movie and those aren't movies? 73776, no. 11625, no. 54982, no. 39279, no. 76290, no. 28203, no. 34527, no. 80017, no. Okay, so that wasn't right. Maybe it's movie theaters. Is that a different entry? Movie projection houses, 60. Maybe that's where we were meant to go. Let's try that. Movie projection houses in Greenwich Village. 8th Street Playhouse, 40251. That's it. Let's hope that's it. 40251. 40251. All right, there it is, our late night lead. The show starts at midnight. You have to walk a few blocks of the rain-swept streets under the steady drip of trees, past lighted windows before you reach the building of the cinema. Looks like the late night show is part of a retrospective series of the Picture House. The best pictures of 1934 as advertised at the entrance. Today's talkie is The Black Cat with Boris Karloff and Bela Lugosi. Circle document 2. I think that might be our last document. Oh, look at this movie. Carl Lammel presents Karloff and Bela Lugosi in Edgar Allan Poe's The Black Cat. Looks like a little bit of a Dracula. Jacqueline Wells, David Manners, Lucille Lund, Egon Brecher, Harry Cording, Henry Armetta, Albert Conti, and Louis Alberni. Edgar Allan Poe's The Black Cat. Someone cut a newspaper article and posted it next to the poster. You peruse it and decide to buy a ticket for this ghoulish tale of hijinks in a Hungarian horror house. Document 8. Oh, I see. There was one more document here. If you read the article, you can score culture points. Okay. What have we got here? Look at this nice looking document. Sunday at the Black Cat, 3 masters of mystery, Karloff, Lugosi, and Edgar Allan Poe. Wild, weird, and wicked. Plus, Joan Bondell, see it tonight. She wanted a little love and a little something and a step or 3 for good measurement. Last time today, all men are enemies. All men are enemies. Private Scandal, 25-cent matinee, 35-cent in the evening. You'll see things you never dreamed. Wild, weird, and wicked. Newsreels, best pictures of 1934. This week, The Black Cat, based on Edgar Allan Poe's story, directed by Edgar Ulmer. The acknowledgement which the producers of The Black Cat graciously make to Edgar Allan Poe seems a trifle superfluous, since the film is not remotely to be identified with Poe's short story, a ghoulish tale of hijinks in a Hungarian horror house. It describes the curious behavior of a gentleman named, if the program's spelling can be trusted, Hjalmar Polzig. He usually carries a black cat up his voluminous sleeve. His enemy, Dr. Verdigast, Bela Lugosi, has come back from a dungeon cell to claim his wife and child. Now it seems, too, that a young American novelist, David Manners, and his beautiful wife, Jacqueline Wells, have had an accident and are spending the night at Hjalmar as Hjalmar's guests. The staging is good and the camera devotes a proper amount of attention to shadows and hypnotic eyes. There are also some good workmanlike screams from the various imperiled beauties. If you missed it last year or just want to watch this strange horror story again, go to the Picture House one night this week. Not recommended for a first date, though. At the Film Guild Cinema, 52 West A Street, late night showing at midnight. Tick 2 culture boxes. All right, so you got homework for today's case to watch, to go find the Black Cat, or at least watch the trailer on YouTube. And it says to check off 2 more culture points. All right, so that's it. We are ready to read the epilogue and solution. Here we go. Final scoring. We got 50 on question part 1. We gave ourselves 50, but minus 10 because we had Anna's help and because of the cab ride. So I'm going to say 40 here. Culture points. I think we were supposed to get 2 per culture, and we got 4, so that's 8. So 50 plus 40 plus 8 in culture. Minus points. Okay, so the rules said that every overtime lead is minus 2 points. According to my notes here, we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, at least 14, probably closer to more, but let's say 15. So actually minus 30 points. I don't know, what is this minus 2 or 5? Not sure what that's about, but I'd say we lost 2 per, so minus 30. So 98 minus 30 is 68. So that's our final score, 68. You missed the culture points. After the article, you can read about the actors. I don't get it. After the article, you can read about the actors. Are you saying that I didn't print this out, but I should have? Let's see. We can go into the book and see if there's more after document 8 that maybe I didn't print out. Document 8. There's nothing on the other side. So what are you saying? It was at the late night lead. I thought that's where we got that. Did I turn away from it too quickly? 40251. It's a circle document 8. And then it says, if you read the article, you score culture points. I don't understand what you're saying, Anna. Document 2 and document 8. Those were the 2 documents. I don't get it. Here is the late night read. We read all this. It says, here's the article. If you read the article, you can score points, and we read the article. So what are you saying? There's the article. We read it. Oh, I see. If you want to read about the actors, go to 35794. I see. 35794. Okay, let's see. Well, I intended to read about it. I just thought naturally they were talking about the article. Okay, here is the additional culture points. Bela Blasko, better known by the stage name Bela Lugosi, was a Hungarian silent film actor who emigrated to Germany in 1919 acted in several films in Weimar, Germany, before arriving in New Orleans as a seaman on a merchant ship. William Henry Pratt, known professionally as Boris Karloff, was born in London, left university without graduating, and went to Canada, where he worked as a farm laborer. Where's my cubes? Lugosi and Karloff had been at the foundation of Universal Horror, anchoring Dracula and Frankenstein. Both men had built a following as legitimate horror stars. But this is the first movie where they appear together, and they are approaching the Black Cat from two very different paths. Lugosi is in the midst of financial troubles, while Karloff has been given a major push and billed simply as Karloff. One might expect the Magnificent to follow the moniker. Lugosi was exposed to proper stardom for the first time only when he featured in Todd Browning's spectacular Dracula. He had also received acclaim for his interpretation of the iconic character in theatrical productions, and was approached by studio executives who wanted him to play the role of Frankenstein's monster as well. Unenthusiastic about the idea of being typecast as a monster with no legible dialogue and a lot of makeup, Lugosi turned it down, and the role went to silent-era veteran Boris Karloff, who stole the show in James Whale's 1931 film. The famous makeup artist Jack Pierce conducted a complete transformation of Karloff, turning him into a terrifying creation. Hollywood's gossip columnists write extensively about the alleged rivalry between the two stars. Lugosi declared, "I scouted the agencies and came upon Boris Karloff. I recommended him, and that is how he happened to become a famous star of horror pictures, my rival, in fact." Lugosi's wife agreed with his evaluation of the situation, famously saying, "He made the greatest mistake of his career. Bela created his own monster." That would give us two more things, but I think I gave myself those 2 marks. A little odd because it also says to tick 2 marks here. So maybe we get 2 more, which would give us 4 more points. So maybe our total score is 72 then. Okay, and now we are turning the page to read Epilogue A. But first we look at this. Hannah has given us a little breakdown. Congrats, you're basically a pro. We didn't get 90. 80 to 89, we didn't get that either. Very good, not much escapes. Or if you mostly lose points because of overtimes, you're a pro, just a bit slower nowadays, but a real hardball detective. 60 to 79, good. You mostly got it, not bad for an amateur sleuth. You're still a flatfoot, but one day you could be a pro. All right, so you did pretty good. You should have a total of 10 culture points. I see. So 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. So instead of +8, we get +20. So 110 minus 30 is 80. So if our final score is 80, we actually get into this thing. And if mostly less points because of overtime, then we're a pro. We're just a bit slower nowadays. All right, that's perfect. We just made it into 80, and we're just a bit slower. That seems right. Okay, Epilogue A instead of Epilogue B. Here we go. Read this only if you've answered the question. Check your answers and choose A. There we go. Your heart is very heavy when you walk toward the kid's hospital room. Doctor said it's okay for you to go in now. Brooke regained consciousness an hour ago. Marie was still here. You found her in the waiting room half an hour ago. She didn't even try to run. I did love Simon, you know, she told you when your colleagues led her away. Oh, God, you must talk to the kid before he finds out from someone else. You feel like someone who's about to tell their nephew that Santa Claus doesn't exist. It's just cruel. You hope it won't worsen his condition. The kid looks very young in that hospital bed. Machines are still attached to him, but he's not as pale as he was in the morning. He opens his eyes when he hears you coming. Lucas, it's you. Sorry, I guess, but it looks like I'll stick around, so you have to put up with me for a bit longer. His voice is weak. Nah, kid, I don't mind so much. You grew on me. Like mold? Exactly. You squeeze out a smile. You almost forgot he's a smart cookie, always joking around. He tries to peer out into the corridor. Haven't you seen Marie, my girlfriend? Or possibly my fiancée? If she finally says yes. I proposed to her last night. Yeah, I know. It's too soon, and you don't even believe in marriage. But when you get to know her, Lucas, even you'll understand. But where is she? She was here when I woke up. Then the doctors and nurses came in, so she had to go outside for a minute. She said she'll be back. Oh, God, here it comes. I don't think she's coming back, kid. At least not for a while. She's been arrested. Brooke looks at you in confusion. I don't get it. If it was meant to as a joke, I really don't get it. So you tell him about your day. Brooke's face turns white as a sheet again when you summarize your findings. It turns out this theft at the Whitney wasn't her first job. You finish your story. She's committed burglaries all over the country in the last year, mostly art pieces from galleries or private collections. She goes by a half dozen names. Marie Smith was just one of them. I'm sorry, kid. He looks as if someone hit him on the head again, but this time he's around to feel it. So that's why we had such bad luck lately with half our cases. He finally croaks out. I guess his mouth is dry as sawdust. I'm afraid so. You hold out his sippy cup for him. But then she didn't even love me at all. She just used me for information. Jesus, what a chump I've been. I guess you've laughed yourself to death about this already, he says bitterly. Nah, kid, I haven't laughed and I won't laugh at you. Not about this. She fooled me too, and I won't be so sure she didn't. I wouldn't be so sure she didn't love you. Please, just don't. It doesn't help. I mean it, kid. She usually doesn't stay long in one place, but she's been in New York for 3 months now. Not to mention, she stayed here in the hospital with you. She could have run after I met her in the morning, but she didn't. Brooke doesn't say anything, just stares at the ceiling. Yeah, you're crap at consoling someone, let alone about their love life. So you try to cheer him up a bit. Hey, it looks like your collector's still out there. This robbery at the Whitney wasn't the one he commissioned. Maybe I could find out who he is and what he wants to steal while you're recovering. Whatever, I'm tired. He closes his eyes, but you see tears streaming down his cheeks. Cheering someone up is obviously another strength of yours. Yeah, of course. Rest, kid. I'll come back tomorrow. When you leave the room, you feel your own eyes prickling. The air is very dusty in this hospital, it seems. You put on your hat. Whatever. No. You will find this collector for the kid. You feel you owe him that at least. You owe him at least that. This determination fills you with satisfaction as you step out into the rainy New York night. End of case 1. I'm curious what epilogue B is, but we're not going to read it because that's not the path we chose. All right, now we're going to read some behind the scenes from Anna. I'm very curious. What? It's empty? He says you're going to have to wait till the end of case 3 for the behind the scenes. Okay, and then we have a potential walkthrough. You could have found the wallet very early with Marie's photo in it. All right. Well, 6 hours and 41 minutes to play through the collector case 1, the rookie, the shortest and easiest of Anna's trilogy. We've played for an hour 24 this session. So here's what we're going to do. We're going to take a full 8-minute break. We're down to 9 viewers, so not many people still with us. But when we come back, those of you who are still awake, and hopefully Anna is still here, we'll talk about our thoughts on the case in 8 minutes. All right. 7 hours it took us to play through Anna's first case ever written, the collector case 1, the rookie, part of a trilogy, the first part of a trilogy, and the short case in the trilogy. They get more serious from here. Now we're going to talk about our experience playing it. The chat's been talking a little bit. Let me share some thoughts. The only bad thing about this case is you've set a very high bar that most of us are not going to be able to reach. This was just remarkable, a remarkable case. There was a lot to love here, and I did love playing it. Well, let me start. I have a couple of tiny criticisms, but wow, was this good. I think for me, the real star of the experience was how well you somehow embraced this noir New York City. It feels like you've gone from 0 to 100 miles an hour in one step, your first little experimentation in this area, and it feels like a fully realized noir story. Complete with this bittersweet ending that hurts a little bit. Like, how perfect a noir story ending is this? That this girl was the criminal. She kind of loved him. She had to go to jail, and it broke his heart at the end. And that was a really hard scene at the end, but that's perfect. That is a perfect noir ending. So good. And this case really did feel like we were traveling around New York City. Like you really managed to capture that with the bars that we were in and talking to that gigolo guy who got beat up by the attorney's henchman and the rich curator of the Whitney and then the brochure of the artists. And we got to talk to Edward Hopper. I mean, that's everything I hoped that the cases for New York Noir would be. I'm so impressed. Mechanically, I thought there were some great moments too, especially in the first half of the case. There were so many different leads for us to choose what order we pursued them in. That was really quite fun. We had the painters that we could visit. We had the angle of the girlfriend. We had the angle of the attack. Really quite fun. There were some funny scenes as well. The scene that I remember is the old woman talking, the witness couple, the old man and her brother that witnessed the attack and her talking to the dog. It was interesting that how much the detective did not like dogs. If I had to guess, I'm going to guess that Anna is not a pet person, is not a dog person, because the hatred of the detective for dogs was a bit jarring. So, okay, amazing case. The only bad part is it's going to scare people off from writing cases. Anna says, actually, I love dogs. Okay, well, Anna just embraced this alternate universe. She just embraced the alternate universe. The detective always commenting on women's legs. This detective is really a leg man. It was interesting to hear him always remarking about the women's legs. Loved it. Loved the tone. Loved everything about it. Okay, I have two criticisms, two suggestions for things that might be fixed in a new version. Very, very minor. Before I mention those two, let me just say that I don't think that the one thing we missed, talking to the flower shop around the corner where that guy disappeared, that's fine. I think it's completely reasonable to expect us to have tried to talk to those places at the corner to see if anyone saw anything in the morning. I think that's completely reasonable. The two criticisms I do have, you probably can anticipate. The first one was where we got stuck for about an hour. And that was because you wanted us to have visited all of the mentioned places in the brochure. And it felt to me like the intention was that when we visited Micah Murphy, we were going to learn that she's got the painting that there was real interest in. It's her painting that is the key to unlocking the second act in this case. And I think your intention was to force us to have gone to the previous people in the brochure and their secondary leads, like the school that was interested in the case. And I think, while I get the idea, that's a little problematic because it did not, there was nothing in following up on the school that should have logically unlocked Micah Murphy telling us her story. So it was a little problematic that not only did you require us to go to all of the other artists, but that you required us to go to the lead that we correctly summarized was not important. I don't think that's ideal. And I don't think it adds anything. I would just get rid of that. I would get rid of all of those dependencies around Micah Murphy. If someone guesses that they should guesses and goes to her first before the others, I don't see the real harm in that. If you wanted to force the players to do all of those things first, you'd have to find some way where logically the game conveys to the player that that's the reason they're being blocked from talking to Micah Murphy. And in general, I think, as a more general constructive criticism suggestion, there were a bunch of leads that the game said, unless you have this marker, you should leave, come back when you do have it. And they weren't exactly like, logically, it felt like we should be able to talk to the boarding house woman. And ideally, you would have those paragraphs say something like, we go into the boarding house, but we don't know what to ask about, and so we leave. Some little suggestion about why you can't do anything until you get a certain marker. But that wasn't my complaint. My real complaint was just that one specific requirement that we that we follow up on all the artists and the school. I just don't think that's necessary. I don't think that's necessary. What you could do, if you wanted players to do all that, is have a question at the end that says, how do you know that the other artists are not involved, or doesn't have to do with the other artists, and then make sure the players follow up on those to rule each of them out. Okay, and then that was the first real strong suggestion. The second one had to do with the cab going to 155 Charles Street. I like the logic that the cab was going to the Big Apple architect place, but I think that's a little bit problematic to have the cab go to 155 Charles and for us to find that 155 Charles actually belongs to a boarding house. Now, maybe you were thinking, I have to make it more difficult, so I don't want the cab to go directly to the architect. But I think then the solution is to have the cab drop them off at the corner rather than at 155 Charles. You could have had the cab take them to the actual exact address of the Big Apple architect. And I think the case is hard enough that that would have been the right solution. Then we would have figured out and connected it to Big Apple architect. Or if you wanted to make it harder, you could still put the cab and say that the cabbie drops them off at the corner of Charles and whatever. You could say that the Hudson Yard cab dropped them off at Charles and Washington. And then let the player try to figure out, what does that mean? What's at Charles and Washington? But the problem was that you gave an exact address, 155 Charles. And that maps to a boarding house. That is too big a coincidence to expect players to let go of. And I think if we were forced to end it without figuring out that Big Apple, we would be more inclined to think, okay, probably that gorilla lives in that boarding house. So it was weird that there was no entry. You could also, if you really wanted to make it harder, you could have it drop them off at 155 Charles, but you'd have to have an entry for that boarding house where the players go into it, ask about if they've seen anyone that matches our case, have the person say no, and then have the player look outside and realize the Big Apple architect is nearby. But I think the way I would solve it is I just have the cab drop them at the corner of Charles and Washington without an address. Let the player struggle to figure out what the significance of that was. Anna says, there wasn't a boarding house there when I first wrote the case. That is possible. That is very possible that the case didn't specify that the directory's changed. But again, there's a good example of better just have the cab drop them off at the corner without a specific address. The same thing was true with the Gansevoort. When the rookie took the cab to 49 Gansevoort and there was nothing there. I think that is asking for confusion. And the solution is so easy with the cabs. Don't give an address. Just say the cab dropped them off at the corner of this street and this street. Problem solved. But yes, I catch your point about how it wasn't a boarding house. If an address is not important for a taxi cab, then have the taxi cab give the cross street, which would be very common in real life, that someone would hop in a cab and say, take me to 42nd and 8th Avenue, and not give a street address. How cool was it that Anna gave us a full cab log as well? That was pretty fun too. Boy, was that a good case. I appreciate also, let me just say, it brings me great joy when I see people on this channel and with the New York Noir project helping each other, that Debbie Levy helped the editing, that Lauren is here and helped playtest this case, that Jonathan Warner has been willing to stay here for 7 hours to play this along with me so that we can give Anna feedback. This is an honest-to-God great case that I would be very happy to give to people playing New York Noir as a full, rich experience in this world. Wonderful. Very exciting. If you've watched this after the fact, not live with us, but afterwards, be sure to leave your comments here, or you could leave them on the Board Game Geek page for New York Noir. Encourage Anna to keep going with her cases. She doesn't really need encouragement. She's already gone and written 2 more cases. I had no idea this case was going to be this good. I did not expect this. This is sort of a shock to me. I expected a very experimental case that did not have much of a mystery. I did not expect a serious case written so well, but also such a good of a mystery. Let's see. This is the beginning of a story. I wanted you to meet certain people and visit certain places before cases 2 and 3. Good point to questions. I could add more questions to force you. Somewhere Lauren or Debbie was, here's Lauren Budabel asking, what do you feel the difficulty of this case is? And then she says, we tried to tell you. Yes, I guess you did try to tell me it was a good case. All right. The difficulty, I mean, it's definitely not a 1. But we were fairly convinced of the answers at the end. Although there was a very cool, as Jonathan was pointing out in the comments, there's a very cool moment where, for much of the case, we weren't sure about Marie. I suspected her. If I had gotten a look at her, I mean, the moment you see this, you know she's trouble. But it was nice that she was sort of telling the truth about most things. And the truth is, she wasn't a bad person. She was just a burglar. She really did care for him. I would rate this at least a 2, maybe a 3. 2.5, 3. All right, so we're going to have to play the next cases in multiple sessions. It's clear because they are longer than this one, and this one maxed us out at a 7-hour session. Well, congratulations to Anna and everyone else who helped with this, and Rob helping to prepare documents. It is very fun to get those documents, to see the faces. Just a home run all around. All right, so we're going to take off for a couple days, but you might hear from me sometime this week. I'll see you on the New York Noir Board Game Geek page or in the Co-op for Two Discord, where we have our own New York Noir channels. If you're interested in writing a case, you could ask for Anna for some advice or join us in the Discord. Happy to help. All right, everyone. Thanks for joining me. I'll see you next time.